Hey, welcome to day 3 of the 2023 mock selection committee. Tim Kruger, Dave Ullman, Kerry Miller, Graham Doran, Shelby Mass, Brad Wachtel. We're waiting on Rocco. He'll be joining us. Rocco Miller will be joining us here in a few minutes. Zach Weaver, our fine producer. Welcome. So happy you found us again this morning. I see a bunch of you are checking in on what we did last night. You can go back and view those at any time. To kind of see maybe a team that you're looking at or so forth. I kind of this morning posted kind of the different levels of bracketing and seating that we did in these sessions, so you can find it very easily. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and the like button down below. It helps us out so much. We are sponsored by Godfather's Pizza Pie Piled High. Last night, if you were watching, you saw me devour a pizza. And then I also ordered the unbelievably great monkey bread, which is great the next morning because it's got the cinnamon, the frosting. Awesome. So check them out, godfathers.com. Let's answer that first. We got a question already, so let's jump into that. Dave, you want to jump into the question on the scrubbing? Or Zach, can you read it off?
I got it here. Or
okay.
Yeah, we've got Tony asked, maybe dumb question, but there's no dumb questions. He hears people talking about scrubbing and whatever. So what do we mean when we talk about scrubbing the seed list? So I'll let somebody jump in and.
Sure. So that's what we've said a couple of times during this process when we've seeded these teams. Hey, they may not end up here. So let's just talk what the committee does next weekend, okay? Because that's kind of why everybody's watching, to see what we mirror there. So the committee will probably on Saturday, a week from today, they probably at that point already got the field set. They've got the seating pretty well set. They'll go do and start scrubbing on probably late Saturday. And what they do there is they go to the number 1 team they have. And for instance, in context of our bracket, it's Alabama. They would compare them to the number 2 team on the list. Right now, we have Houston. Put them side by side and go, all right, guys, what does this look like? Is Alabama clearly number 1? Does anybody, discussion? Half the time it's probably like, yeah, good, let's move on. The other half is probably like, well, I have an issue with that, or what have you. So if Alabama's ahead, they leave them, they go down to Houston, and they go down to the 3rd team, Kansas. And as you heard from our discussion, we've had a bit of discussion on that, on Kansas, Houston. So I'm sure in the committee room, there would be the same discussions. Hey, what do you think? And somebody's going to say, well, they've got 15 Q1 wins, 8 in the top 25. I mean, that just blasts Houston away. I vote that we move Kansas above Houston. They would then just go majority vote. Private vote, and if that worked out, Kansas would then move ahead of Houston. I'm sorry, I had that backwards. Kansas was number 2, but if they were number 3, that's how it would go. They've been flip-flopped around a lot of brackets. So then at that point, then they would look at Kansas. All right, now is Kansas better than Alabama? Yes, no, whatever. But let's say they say no. All right, then they would leave it. They'd go Alabama, Kansas, Houston. Now they'd go down to Houston and compare them with Purdue and move that way all the way down the bracket. Just one final look at the whole seed list to make sure they didn't miss anything, or there was maybe a bias or prejudice on one team or another. And not only that, those resumes will update because there'll be conference tournaments going on. Just as today, we're going to look at it and there's games going on, right? Like a lot of big games, Texas, Kansas, for instance. So they'll go all the way down the whole list and get to the bottom, and they could even get to the very last seed on the list and go, it just had a really bad loss. Number 1 off our list had an impressive win. Let's take a look at those two, and they could flip-flop those. There was a time 7-8 years ago where they did not do that, amazingly enough. 2015, Carrie and I were in the mock selection at the NCAA headquarters, and I brought it up. I said, well, wait a minute. Did you just say we can't move those 4? And they're like, oh yeah, once they're in, they're in. You can't move them up or down. I go, and Mike Tirico was in there, and he was sitting across from me. He looks at me like with this puzzling look, and what did he just say? And so I'm like, I'm going for it here. I'm like, what? and it was like, Carrie looked at me like, that makes no sense. Like, you would switch the number 1 overall seed, but you wouldn't switch the last team in the field. I mean, that's pretty damn important. And Dan Gavitt jumped up real quick when I don't know who said, no, that's where we leave it. Dan jumped up. Well, we're looking into this, and and it was pretty unanimous in our committee that this is crazy. You got to relook at it. Next year they changed it. That was the last year they did it that way. So, Carrie and I changed the world. Thank you very much. But that's basically the scrubbing. We will probably, again, as we've talked about throughout this process, that we have a little bit of a time crunch, so we might go at it a little bit quicker. I know in the mock selection we kind of went quick. All right, who's got a problem with anybody here in the top 10 or whatever? Kind of moving along. The committee will spend a little more time on it, but it'll be the same process. So the great question. That's not a dumb question at all. All right.
I think, not speaking for everybody else, but I think it's something that most of us routinely do at some point. I mean,
Sure.
One of the disadvantages of people that like frequent updates, they're great, but it doesn't, like, I know Shelby every time, once a week, every once in a while, you got to kind of pull away and then go back. And so sometimes something will change overnight because you went back and you looked at it and said, yeah, maybe I didn't look at that close enough or something else. So it's a routine part of the process.
Yeah, committee members often talk about they will go to sleep and they can't sleep because something just felt wrong about what happened the prior night. So that would be the first thing they bring up in the morning.
Yeah, I know as we've gone down through this, I've made a couple notes on a couple of things I'd like to bring up, as we've seated it. So, okay, if there's nothing else, let's just go down through our AQs here. So, my God, I haven't even looked at this. Who is currently leading the ACC? And
Pitt has the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Pitt, okay.
Yeah. Because they have beat both Virginia and Miami.
Yeah. Okay. And by the way, let's go through the tiebreaker thing because we are at tournament time. I generally go top net score, but now we're into the tournament thing, so the seating is right there in front of us. So I think Vermont's way out in front of the AE. Houston's already clinched. Who do we have here? We have
Kennesaw is the 1 seed in the A-Sun. They play Liberty, so it'll be the winner of those.
Uh-oh. Yeah, so and when is that game?
It's tomorrow, yeah.
All right.
Because the only championship tonight is the Ohio Valley, either be Tennessee or Southeast Missouri.
We're going to highlight that because we need to come back and look at that. VCU, Kansas, Marquette. Maybe take the F out of there. Eastern Washington, I know, is clinched. Number 1. UNC Asheville, I think, is clinched as well.
They're still alive in their conference tournament.
Okay.
It started.
And they were number 1. They were number 1, right?
Yep.
We already talked about Purdue. Who's currently number 1 in the Big West?
You got it right.
Okay.
Irvine.
Hofstra was number 1 in Colonial, I know.
Yep.
But that's one. When is that next week on Monday? Final Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah, it's early next week, I think.
All right, so we don't have to worry about that. Just if they lose. FAU, we talked about them. Youngstown, still alive, right?
Yep, they won their quarterfinal.
Yale still leading the Ivy.
Tiebreaker.
Iona's ahead, I know. How about the MEAC? It's been bouncing around.
Howard,
Howard.
Howard, I believe.
Howard's back in.
yes.
Toledo's still up in the MAC. They can
Yes.
clinch. They can clinch today, right?
I think they
Number one.
clinched last night.
They already
All right.
clinched. All right. Bradley's still alive. We'll be watching that one. That'll be going on this afternoon, and we'll get a final on that tomorrow. So let's yell out at me if there's a attorney that has a final tomorrow or today or tomorrow. San Diego. Northeast is so interesting. You got two schools that are ineligible and 1 and 2. You got
Right.
Barely Dickinson. It's
Are they
crazy.
in there? Are they playing in the tournament?
Normally they do not allow them to.
Merrimack is playing in their tournament.
Are they really?
So if they, as we mentioned yesterday, if Merrimack wins today, the second game is the FDU St. Francis game. Then the winner of that game gets the automatic bid, regardless of how they fare in the championship game.
I think
ESPN might want to rethink that and show that game rather than crazy situation. I've never seen that before. Could have possibly had one in the Summit had you not had Oral Roberts run away. St. Thomas is right up there toward the top.
Yeah.
Morton State got eliminated.
it's would be Tennessee Tech. It was the 2 seed, I believe.
It's
All right.
16.
Southeast Missouri is actually favored in that game, so that'll be interesting.
I think Southeast Missouri was the 3 seed and Tennessee Tech was the 2. So
And when is that game today?
it's
No.
tonight. Yep.
Tonight,
Southeast was 5 seed.
Oh, they were 5 seed, so it's 5 against 2
Yes.
Okay. And the final for that is,
tonight.
What?
All right.
oh, that
Oh,
is a final.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the
okay.
first. It's the first dance ticket tonight.
All right,
Okay.
there we go.
We have to get up and dance.
UCLA, Colgate's still up on the Patriot, right?
Yep.
Alabama, Furman still there. Fighting Steve Lutz's are still in first place in the Southland. Southern Miss still winning the Sun Belt.
Yeah.
They clinched number 1.
I'm not sure. I'll have to go
I
look,
don't-
but
Yeah.
Grambling in the SWAC.
I have Alcorn State, unless something I missed, move back ahead.
They've been going around. Those two leagues have been going back and forth.
Yeah.
Or Roberts, St. Mary's, and Rocco's favorite team on the entire bracket, Utah Valley. He's already
Elite 8.
He's got him. Yeah.
yes.
Way far. Guess who move?
All right, super. Thank you. So we want to go back over here. Let's just do this. So we go. To Alabama. We got Kansas. We got Purdue. We got UCLA. Well, look at that. They're all right in a row. That's very nice. Marquette. St. Mary.
St. Mary's would be the next one.
We got
San Diego State.
yeah, and then we got Pitt in there somewhere. Oh, we don't have Pitt in the field yet. Okay.
We have them in, but not seated.
Yeah, not seated yet. Yeah. All right. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8. Pitt would be 9 and FAU would be 10, correct? They're in the holding right now.
Yep.
All right. So that would leave us, we kind of, as we figured, 46 down to the spot 46 would be the last team in. Right now we have 32 seated. We have 10 more awaiting to be seated. So that's 42, and we need to add 4 more. That'll get us to 46.
So we're, of the group that's right there, Auburn, Mississippi, we're going to be choosing 4 of those or 6.
We will be choosing, on the seating
6 and then the
side, we will be
4.
choosing 4.
Okay.
They would join Boise, FAU, Memphis, Providence.
Right.
Yes. Got to flip these around because UNC's out. They're the holding on just getting in the field. All right.
Well, I think with the number of teams, should we be choosing 6, but actually 4 qualify from the 6 that people pick?
No, the procedure says when you get down to 10,
But we haven't.
which we have. We have 10.
Actually, you're right. It's exactly 10. Yep.
So when we get down to 10, the procedure said to pick 4. So then we don't have to worry about the ranking of those. If, whatever 4 win, they've joined the other 4. That makes sense to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. So Graham, whenever you're ready, you can send out the ballot of Auburn, Mississippi, Nevada, Pitt, Rutgers, USC, Arizona State, NC State, Wisconsin, Virginia. Oh, hold on. Wait. I'm doing this backwards. I'm sorry. I apologize. We want to add the 4 first, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Totally. Oh boy, I need more coffee.
Well, no, I think those 4 haven't
don't
been
wanna-
added to the field
we
yet.
don't wanna
Those
see-
4 have not
we don't
been
wanna
added to the field yet, Tim.
Yeah. What's that?
The teams that you just copied there, we hadn't added them to the field yet.
Right. That's
So-
what we want to do right now. So we want to pick 6 from the under consideration list. That's what we want.
Yeah.
Right here.
Right.
I had it backwards. All right. So yeah, let's pick 6 from the under consideration list. The top 4 will join UNC, Penn State, Oklahoma State, Utah State, and then we will rank 4 from that group, rank 8. Top 4 from that group will move into the field. Yes. Apologize very much. If I confused anyone, I'm sorry.
You confused me.
You confused
Wait, I think-
myself more than anybody, but
I think we already have the number of teams for in the field because I don't think we have room in the field yet for the teams in the cross country.
Right.
well, we can put 500 teams in the field. It's just if they're going to get seated in or not. You know what I'm saying? So we want to have more. We only have 32 seated. Here's 10. That's 42. We still need 4 more.
I thought once you were in the field, you had to be voted out of the field before.
Correct.
So
Correct. But we only have 42. If we stop right now and just seated everything we had there, we'd only have 42 lines seated.
We have 46. You're forgetting Boise State, FAU, Memphis, and Providence.
Oh, okay. I got
Yeah,
you.
they were already in.
Right. Well, they're technically not in. They're holding.
They're holding
no-
for seating.
They're
They're in
holding
the
for seating.
field. Yeah.
No, I didn't think we voted those in. No, I know we didn't vote Providence in the field.
But they were selected.
They were
They're not
selected
under-
on the ballot.
No. Hold on. Let's back up. So the last vote we had was North Carolina, Arizona State, North Carolina State. Am I correct? Was it Arizona State,
Yeah.
North Carolina State, Wisconsin, Virginia, right?
Yeah, those were to
paired-
go on the field, but the previous, when we were doing the previous seed lines, the 4 that were left over from that 8-team vote is what Carrie was saying. Like Providence was already a part of that vote.
Right. We were
Yeah.
considering Boise,
Oh, that's the
FAU,
seed line. I'm
Memphis,
sorry.
and
Yeah,
Providence
you're
for
right.
the 8s.
You're right. That was a seeding line. That's why they were down here. Right.
Yeah.
Right. 46. Okay, well, we can do if you want to stop now, we can do that. If we want to just go ahead and seed and don't put any more in,
That's fine.
or do we want to have, it's up, again, we can, like we said earlier, we can vote teams out and put a team in when we go through the scrub and so forth. It's up,
It
it's up
doesn't
to-
make me any difference whether you want to, the next thing is to vote the 9 line. So that it would include Boise, FAU, Memphis, Providence, plus
Right.
the next
Correct.
group we select out of that teams in the field.
Yeah, correct.
If you want to, so right now, in theory, UNC, Penn State, Oklahoma State, and Utah State are in that next group that's been selected, but we're not going to seed them yet.
Their first 4 out,
If you wanna-
really.
If you want to add another 4 to that group to just have some extra playroom, I'm okay with that. Otherwise, we can just start picking back up with
Right.
get like the 9 and 10 seeds done, and then do that, because that'll clear out some of this other stuff, and then you'll kind of be down to that quote potential first 4 out, next 4 out, depending on how things roll over the weekend.
Let's do it. Let's do a vote, just a voice vote. Like,
Vote
who wants
for
to?
9 seeds.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah, 9 seats. I agree.
All right. So there you go. All right. So we'll just leave that. Yeah. Basically, if we're fast forwarding this, these 4 would be our first 4 out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If everything stayed the same.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
And to your point, Tim, I think it's important to have add a couple more teams in there at the end, just to have them there.
Yeah.
But I think let's get some of this other stuff done first, and then that'll sort of clarify where those things are, make it a little easier on us.
I'm with you. All right. Yeah, I guess that's, I think all of us kind of do that too. Like the last day is go back through and go, am I missing anybody like Tulsa that 1 year, right? Forever sticks in my mind.
Well,
All
nobody
right. Yes.
has Tulsa.
So we need 4 out of this group. The Auburn group. Hey, remember what I said like 10 minutes ago? Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, let me share my screen so I can get that
Now, let me get
spreadsheet
out of
up.
there. Hold on here.
Since Rocco hasn't joined yet, I will be voting in this one.
You're darn right you will.
Yes, you will. Bring it on, Graham.
These are the same numbers from yesterday. I didn't update. Not that I don't think any of these teams played, but
You want a little discussion here before we vote?
Well,
Mm.
We're
and I
picking
just-
4
I
out
just
of here.
turned- I just turned in my vote.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, we can discuss when we get going.
Well, we'll have 8 to pick 4, and then
Yep.
we can rediscuss some other teams before we vote another 4 in.
Yep, you're right.
I do, just out of curiosity, I've had some texts this morning. A lot of Mississippi State fans are asking me, do we think one more win gets them in? And I said, well, the cool thing is we're probably going to be discussing Mississippi State this morning. So if you
Yep.
want to tune in,
Yeah, man.
join the show, because I figured it's probably going to be coming up pretty quick this morning about where we are. So because I'll be curious to see what some other committee here feels about Mississippi State. I may have them slightly higher than a couple people, but we'll see.
I don't think so, Dave.
We'll see if they get selected to be part of this
Hmm.
vote before we delve into any more.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Waiting on 2 ballots while we do that. Does anybody want to talk about any of the teams?
Well,
Now, if you're waiting on your own ballot,
Well, if we look, we've pretty much, we've talked a lot yesterday about Boise, FAU, Memphis, and
Providence.
Providence. When we were debating about the 8 line. So we've been through a lot of the discussion with that. And I think obviously for a lot of us, the biggest question is trying to figure out what we think the committee is going to do with FAU, assuming, they win today and avoid taking another questionable loss. How are they going to handle? Because we've seen a myriad of things over the years from the committee on with a profile like theirs.
Has anybody seen him?
Go ahead, Shelby.
Has anybody seen him play?
Rocco went over that. Was it yesterday?
I knew he had, but has anybody else? I've watched for them on TV and I haven't been able to see one.
That's why I was bringing that up to Rocco. Like their TV contract is just awful. Like their football games are on ESPN all the time, but their basketball, you got to look for it on ESPN Plus.
I've seen parts of 2 or 3 games on ESPN Plus when they've had them on. I saw one of their games or a part of their game with North Texas. I don't remember whether it was the one at North Texas or the one at FAU. That reminded me a lot of a low-scoring Big Ten game. With the way North Texas likes to play with slow pace. And so it's hard to get and then I saw him play against Western Kentucky, who likes to get up and down. And, for the first half of that game, Western led most of the way and was right there back and forth. So FAU was a little deeper and better down the stretch.
So we do have the votes in for the pick, and we are going to have to do a tie-breaking vote. The 2 teams that are going to be considered for the 9 line are Mississippi State and Pitt. And then we're going to have to revote if you just want to send me 2 teams via text between Auburn, NC State, Rutgers, and USC.
Graham, back up a second. So you're saying Mississippi State and Pitt are in?
Yes, those 2 had more votes than the 4 behind, who were all tied.
Gotcha. Thank you. And Auburn, who are the 3?
Auburn, NC State, Rutgers, and USC.
One of the things I hope that people that do check in and see this is, while we're not the committee, obviously, that there is a process involved. It's not just some sort of haphazard people throwing a team out and say, oh yeah, let's do that. So, and we all can have various opinions on a team. One of us may have a team a little higher than another. And that's one of the things I enjoy about is hearing what everybody else thinks about it and learning a lot from a different perspective. But when the committee puts it together, it's not one person's vote, it's collective decision. Now they can go back to your point earlier, Tim, when they go through the scrubbing process, maybe something changed, maybe they looked at it, maybe they went back but it's a consensus by vote. It's not just sort of haphazard. Somebody threw a team out and they can make their case, but somebody else can make a case in the other way. And then ultimately it's up to the group to figure it out.
And, speaking of that process, I think we're going to have to go to the next level of the process. So we have Auburn has been voted in to the group, but then we have a tie between NC State and USC. So I think we're going to have to turn it over to our selection chair to break the tie.
Oh no, we can vote again. Let's or what let me do this. Since we've had a couple of double ties here. We didn't have I think the procedure is if you had 3, if we had all those and they all tied again, then you have to do it 3 times, I think is how it is. But I would stop right there and say, okay, so we have NC State and USC. let's have a little discussion on those two.
All right. Well, I'll start if you want to do a discussion on those two things. I would have USC ahead, head to head against those two. I think from while they're close in some of the metrics, I think, when I look at USC, one thing that they have that NC State doesn't, USC has a win over UCLA, which is on our top 2 seed. They also have a road win at Arizona State, which is a team that we talked about a lot last night about potentially being either right near the end of the field or right at the first out. And if we're going to go, Rocco talked about road wins. Well, USC is, 5-5 in that category. So that's 2-2 in neutral. So they're 7-7. And so is NC State if you break it. But I look at, the win at Arizona State, tough road win at Utah and Colorado, both in quad 1, even at the bottom of quad 1. Gives them, to me, just a slight advantage. Plus, the overall strength of schedule is better. And I think, from that perspective, USC's non-conference performance is slightly better with, the win over Auburn and then a neutral court win over BYU, although it's close between Dayton and Vanderbilt. So that's my quick take. I think if there's a trump card, it's the UCLA win and that potential road win also, where NC State's 2 biggest wins are both at home.
Speaking of trump card, something you mentioned earlier was the strength of schedule. And when I look at USC, I think they're doing a lot of work against Q1B and Q2B. So I do have some concerns that maybe it looks better on paper than when you actually start to think about who did they really beat. But then when we look at NC State, you mentioned the strength of schedule. I think that's really the trump card here. You have 2 very similar records, but their strength of schedule is not comparable. USC played a much stronger strength of schedule. So for me, when you have that UCLA win, in addition to the road record and that strength of schedule so far between those two, but with teams with very, very similar records, I think that trumps.
Great point, Graham, because when you look at USC closely, they have 2 wins against the top 50.
Yeah.
Now, North Carolina State only has 3, but
USC has 3. No, wait, no, 2.
2. North Carolina State has 3. Yeah.
NC State has 0 significant wins away from home.
Mhm.
That's definitely a significant concern for me. USC, as Dave mentioned, the win at Arizona State is a very solid win. Arizona State may or may not be in, but that's a much better road win than anything NC State has. And when you only have 2 wins over the field and they're both at home, I have a hard time putting them ahead of USC.
And one of those was overtime.
I've got their Warren Nolan pages up on the screen if you're not looking, just to see them side by side. And
Thanks for doing that, Kerry.
certainly NC State's 10 quad 4 wins stand out when you look at it this way. Not in a good way, to be clear. And I know that the Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Florida State, Louisville, like they can't help that. It's not their fault. The ACC's bottom tier was so bad, but I think there is only one non-conference game against the top 75, and they lost to Kansas in that game.
Yeah, you'd be chopping 6 on effective record. You'd be chopping 6 wins off North Carolina State if you're looking that way.
Going back to that shirts versus skins analysis yesterday, I do think NC State's better than their resume shows. I think they're actually a very dangerous basketball team. But I also think USC is a better team than their resume shows too. So I don't know that it really helps them in this analysis.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with you, but I would say I watch USC way more than North Carolina State. But I would, if I was a coach, I'd rather play USC than North Carolina State.
I agree with you in that.
Yeah, and that's where the tough part of it is. It's sometimes it's just that basketball decision. You're down to two teams. Who do you think's better? Because so many things are equal. And I think these two teams are in that same ballpark.
Yeah, while you bring that, it just pops in my head. I wanted to say this when I said, "Hey, we should take a look." We're getting, and then the reason why is we're getting down to the end here, and so I want to make sure that we're not fast passing somebody in that without a thorough examination. So,
And I think also in terms of USC, as was mentioned that they beat UCLA. I mean, UCLA, who is in the mix or our top 2 seed at the moment, their only losses are to Illinois, Baylor, Arizona, and USC. And USC beat them by 13, more points than any other team that they lost to. Now, is that highly significant? No. But for a team that only has 4 losses, and a team that has not lost since that loss to USC, it's a fairly significant win, even though it came at home.
it's been pretty good company, doesn't it, Brad?
Absolutely.
I think something that also goes to USC's favor is just their roster and getting a really complete team in the second half of the season. So I think that would also help them.
And again, just for our viewers' sake, we understand there's a big game today for them. This tomorrow morning we might look at this and have second thoughts. But everybody ready to vote? All right, let's do it.
The only thing I just say real quick, like if you break it down, top 70 wins, USC would have 5 and NC State would have 3.
Yep. Good point.
It certainly audibly sounds like we're all picking USC. Let's see how the vote turns out.
You all did pick USC. It's unanimous.
Nice job, everyone. We finally come to a consensus on something.
Yeah.
All right. So
Now we've got these 8.
we've got these 8. Boise. No, not in alphabetical order. I can do that real quickly. 1 second, please.
I've got them up on the screen here.
Yes.
Auburn, Boise State, Florida Atlantic, Memphis, Mississippi State, Pitt, Providence, and USC.
We're voting for 9 seeds next.
We will be, yes.
All right.
We should wait until Rocco shows up so FAU gets some love.
Well, one of the team that we have not talked about on here at all is Mississippi State. So
Yeah,
let's
go.
start there because we've been through the holdovers. We've talked quite a bit about Auburn, but I think maybe Auburn and Mississippi State are 2 to take a look at because they're not in the same conference, but they're in this same vote here, and in some ways kind of close depending on how you want to order those 2.
Yeah. I'll get those 2 team sheets pulled up and I'll share that in a moment.
Yeah, Dave, to your point on Mississippi State. So for a while there, I kept looking at that resume because their record was pretty decent. I kept looking and it just never improved. It got worse. And then they got a couple of big wins and now it's somewhat favorable in this group, right? Like for a long time they were right at the bottom or even out of the field. They moved up and had some nice wins, and now, at 20 wins, computer numbers aren't the greatest, but they match up favorably here. They're 7-9 Q1 and 2, toward the bottom of this list. They do have
Well-
one sketchy loss, but
And when you get to this part of the bracket, a lot of teams have something sketchy.
well, sure.
You know, my thought, you know, I kind of go back and forth first with like them and Auburn, but I think one thing that at least recently has maybe put Mississippi State one spot or two spots ahead of Auburn on that seed list is, you know, that neutral court win over Marquette has aged well.
Mhm.
The road win at Arkansas, that's a tough place to get a road win. It's a, you know, a top 20 road win is, I think a significant note. Granted, I don't think TCU was not healthy in that game, but still, that's an out of conference victory against the team that we have, you know, on the top of our 5 line. You know, so it's just those kind of small things. You know, they're 8-6 away from home if you count neutral court. I think, but that Marquette and that win at Arkansas are kind of a couple. They split with Missouri. The road game was just a 2-point loss recently in overtime. That's kind of where I would give them a slight edge over a team like Auburn, whose numbers are a little better, right? But they don't have that. They're, you know, Auburn's best road win is Washington and Ole Miss. And they don't have one of those wins from the non-conference. I mean, Northwestern's a solid 1-point win, but their next is Bradley. So I think that those two factors for me are a slight difference.
Yeah, and I think what it boils down to between Mississippi State and Auburn is Mississippi State has the better wins. I mean, they have, as you mentioned, the Marquette on a neutral court and at Arkansas. Auburn's, you know, 2 best wins are Northwestern on a neutral court, which, look, the Big Ten might be deep, but aside from maybe Purdue, some could say Indiana, the Big Ten is good. It's good. It's nothing more than that. Their second best win, you know, is Arkansas at home. Mississippi State won at Arkansas. They both have the Georgia loss on the road. I just think in this case, it's just they have the better wins. When a lot of the other, you know, the things that don't look so good on their resume, when they're very similar, I just think the better win, the Marquette win, has, like Dave said, has aged so well over the months, and that matters.
Yeah, I think something that's interesting for me is if you look at Mississippi State against the first 3 quads, they're only 12-10, so not a very good record. Whereas Auburn's 16-11. But I actually think that helps Mississippi State's argument in an odd way, which is they've racked up a lot of very good wins for limited opportunities compared to where Auburn's had a lot more chances against the first 3 quadrants and really hasn't converted them. So I think from a conversion standpoint, Mississippi State's the clear winner.
This is where every Auburn fan jumps in and says, we won head to head. So how do we handle that one? I mean, it's 6-point win at home. That's not saying much, but if we're that close on them, does that become a tie? I mean, it doesn't for me, but I want to
well, I think
let everybody discuss.
Going back to, if we're going back to effective record, you know, we can't ignore that, you know,
Right.
they did fatten up on the bottom things. However, just to kind of amplify what Brad was saying about the quality wins, if you look at it this way, Mississippi State has 3 wins against the top 20. Auburn has 4 against the top 50. So clearly, it's not even close as far as quality. It's kind of a big gap, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah, and if Auburn had won at Mississippi State, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a better argument, but a home win over them, honestly, it really doesn't do much to change anything for me.
Right.
Well, I think for our viewers too, that, maybe are, fairly new to the committee process. I mean, over the past 20 some years, I mean, the committee's been pretty consistent. They don't, head to head really is not a determining factor unless it's right down to the end. They're looking at total resume, just so you know.
Now,
I just thought this would be a good point to bring up something that everybody brings up to us on Twitter all the time.
Absolutely, is a great point, and that's why I'm saying, I think people bring that up all the time, and it's
Yeah.
not. We've seen it a million. The one I think about was South Carolina and Vanderbilt. South Carolina's a great record. Vanderbilt, that was the year, they had the 2-12 and whatever. South Carolina won head to head. Didn't matter.
sometimes too, the committee will go through and try to find like opponents that they played in the non-conference
Yes.
and see, the closest thing we have here is that Mississippi State lost a neutral court game by 6 to Drake.
Mhm.
And, Auburn beat Bradley on a neutral site by 21.
Mhm.
So, I mean, and if you consider Bradley and Drake roughly the same, even though Bradley's numbers are better, that would be a chit in Auburn's favor outside of the league. But I don't know that outweighs Mississippi State's road win at Arkansas or that win over Marquette, which, I mean, we're talking minimal difference here. This is the part of the bracket where there's not a lot of difference between these two teams, but that road win and that neutral court win are something that Auburn doesn't have.
I mean, I would have Auburn out right now if it was not for those absurd computer numbers. Like, we can't. I know we haven't specifically looked at them, but that's what it keeps coming back to is 36 in the net, around 36 resume, 30 in quality. Like, it's hard to imagine they just keep, you get to a point where you can't drop them any lower. And I think here we are debating 9s and 10s, and I think I have them as an 11, but it just, there's not much there beyond the computer numbers.
Yeah, I think this gets to what I think the committee is going to do versus what I personally would do. For me
Right.
personally, Mississippi State, no doubt. But knowing the way the committee operates, I think there's kind of that baseline where they're going to look at and say, we've got to be very convinced that Auburn's not that good if every metric indicates that they should be at that level.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a huge game today.
Yeah.
Against Tennessee at home, who Tennessee is probably not the same Tennessee team without Kai Ziegler. That's a game Auburn's got to win.
Yep.
They're favored to win. They should win that game. If they lose that game, that's a problem.
That's one of those that's just sitting on the silver platter for them. It's home, late in the season, crowds are going to be riled up. They know they've got to win.
Senior night.
They play like they did against Alabama the other day and had that game won until they, couldn't make a free throw down the stretch and lost. They should win today. And I think we can watch Auburn and think, yeah, they're probably closer to their metric numbers than their resume. But at some point, you still got to go win a basketball game. You can't get a bid by just losing close games to good teams all season.
Or lose by 30 at Kentucky.
Well, that
Not only is Ziegler out, I think Tyreek Keys missed the last 2 games, so they have no guards. It's going to be Meshack or bust for Tennessee.
And Tennessee still beat. They beat Arkansas.
Yeah,
I think it was Arkansas last game after the
Mhm.
injury. So it should be a good game.
I feel obligated as the Big East representative to say this, and there's nobody that hates when somebody says I test more than me. But I'm telling you, if you had these 8 teams, Providence would be favored over every stinking one of them, and they'd beat all 7 of them. The other 7. I'm just saying.
Yeah, is it in the dunk, or do they have to actually show up on the road?
They can go on the road. I don't care where you put them.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. Well, are we ready for a ballot? Or do we need to talk about any other team? Because we've talked a lot about them, it doesn't matter to me.
I don't think we've discussed Memphis a whole lot. Maybe we did last night and I was a little too drunk.
We
But
did.
I feel like we've all kind of come to the conclusion that they're really solid. They're a team that's gonna be in, but nothing about their resume jumps out at you.
They're old.
Yeah, I mean, they got the neutral court win over Auburn, which is, a plus. The win at Vanderbilt, which is looked better, and then that close win at home over A&M. Yeah, I think, to Rocco's point, Memphis is one of those teams, if they end up like in that 8-9 game or 7-10 games, not going to be a fun, opponent. They could beat any of those teams, especially now that they're healthy again. But, how do you weigh all of those options against everything else?
They do have that win over VCU too,
I'll
which
be
I
right
think
back, guys.
helps with wins against the field. 3 wins against the field might not seem like a lot, but when you have limited opportunities, really, I think Memphis is solid. Not anything that jumps off the page as exceptional, but they've really done good work in areas that they could have gotten tripped up. And there's something to be said for just taking care of business routinely, despite a lot of landmines.
That is a great segue into Florida Atlantic. Good job, Graham.
I think it's pretty interesting that we have 2 teams on this list that have, game-changing games this weekend, with Auburn and Memphis both,
Put the spreadsheet back up there again in case anybody needs to see it.
Yeah, as much as year in, year out, the bubble's crazy. Memphis has been kind of a steadying team. You know what I mean? They haven't. Graham, you better hurry up and quick get a vote in before this guy joins.
All right, I'm voting now.
Memphis is the new Syracuse, right? I feel like they've been on the bubble every day for the last 3 years.
Yeah. Good morning, Rocco.
Hey, good morning. How we doing?
Graham is filling in for you admirably.
Oh, I knew he would be. I just wanted to give you guys the opportunity to have a real life committee experience. Not every committee member's on time, so I'm glad it's working out well.
Well, I thought maybe you had to leave the room when we discussed FAU.
I did. I almost wore my owl shirt, and then I figured that might not be a good look.
All right. Yeah, Graham will do this round of voting, then we'll jump you back in. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah, I voted.
Yeah,
All right,
send it
cool.
out.
They're all
I
out.
might be
All
the
right,
only one that hasn't voted.
perfect.
We got another one.
I'm filling out mine. I had to step out for just a second, so let me fill this out.
Cool.
We voted FAU out.
Damn,
Oh,
we're not going to look very smart.
right. I took care of that the last 2 nights. So what do we fill some dead air here since we're discussing Pittsburgh if they were to lose to Miami today, in or out?
I still think in. That's not a bad loss.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd still say in. Obviously, if they win, they're a lock.
Yeah. I feel I'm at peace more with Pitt than I am with Auburn and NC State, for example, just because the road work is so clear. That's kind of what it comes down to for me. And then I'd even say Rutgers probably gets scrutinized more, unfortunately for them, just because of the injury and the performance since the injury. And so even with a Pitt loss, unless Rutgers beats Northwestern, I'd probably put those 3 still below them. We'll see how Auburn does too. They have a chance to just kind of put everything to bed with Tennessee a little bit. So, but it's a home game.
Yeah, we were saying, this is like you couldn't lay it out on a platter any better for Auburn at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You're proverbial somewhere along the bubble, probably in those discussions, and you got a home game with a top 3-4 seed coming, a super net gain win, obviously
Yep.
coming to your doorstep. So they've had other opportunities they haven't taken advantage of. So this might be their last best chance to say, hey, we beat an elite team. That's a spot for us.
Yeah, definitely. And Auburn in general is a very tough home team. Their crowd is crazy. Hopefully their crowd brings their normal energy and they're not just a nervous wreck, because that could actually change the way the players perform. But otherwise, they've got to just figure out a way to get it done.
They would be 0-7 in quad 1A if they lose today.
Yeah.
Not quite the same as when UNC was 0-9 against quad 1, but does feel like
West
Hey.
Virginia. Oh yeah, West Virginia's Iowa State game is squeezing in there, but otherwise they've lost their 10 hardest
12,
games. 0-10
yeah.
in their 10 hardest games. West Virginia.
Yep.
Just because
So we do have our
let's do it.
4 ranked. Providence is the top of the line, followed by FAU, Boise State, and Memphis. And the vote between Providence and FAU is very close.
Nice.
Okay. So USC, Pitt, Mississippi State, Auburn go back into the holding pool. Now we're going to pick 4 to join them to vote on between Nevada, Rutgers, Arizona State, North Carolina State, Wisconsin, Virginia.
who was our 36? Memphis.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. What the heck is my
All right. So we are voting on.
We're picking 4 from that list of 6 that'll come out here. I don't know if he's got it out here yet.
And then they're joining USC, Pitt, Auburn, and Mississippi State, right?
That is correct.
Got my little score sheet here, but I think I had it right. So
Can you pull those teams up on the screen just to make sure I get the right teams?
Wisconsin, West Virginia, NC State, Nevada, Arizona State, Rutgers.
All right, those should be up there now.
and if somebody's watching, we are getting close to what will start to become the quote last 4 buys group. Some of this.
Yeah.
Maybe not, it won't be directly 4, but it'll be at least
We're close.
couple of them will end up in that category. Yes.
Very close.
I think by sheer numbers, 2 of these, at least a 2 of the 10 line is liable to end up within that group.
Yes.
The wife is calling.
And sometimes if you get you get a couple of upsets that we anticipate, sometimes that last 9 seed could really be one of the last 7 or 8 teams actually in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like at this very moment, this is where the slope gets slippery.
Yeah, well, these are the teams right here, more than anybody else, that probably have more to play for this weekend
Yep.
Yes.
and their first tournament game or 2 than
Yep.
a lot of other teams that aren't, the result, it could help a little bit or hurt a little bit, but unless it's really bad or really good, probably not going to make a huge difference from, once they get through this weekend, it's probably not going to make a whole lot of difference for next week unless something's just really good or really bad. Unless
Okay.
you're near this bottom, those games matter more for them.
Okay, I think that discussion we had on Auburn is a moot point because Jay Billis says they're in.
That's funny. Yeah, I think a fancy way of saying all that is none of these teams are locks quite yet.
One thing I want to reiterate about Rutgers, because at the beginning of today, Tim had mentioned, it's not just if you have good wins or if you have bad losses, it's looking deeper into that. So obviously the thing that stands out with Rutgers is the 4 bad losses. 2 of those 4 bad losses were to Seton Hall, who is 85 in the net. So they're just a quad 3. That was at home. And the other loss was to Nebraska at home, who's 94 in the net. So yes, it's a quad 3. It's just outside the quad 2. And then even deeper, as we mentioned yesterday, one of their other bad losses against Texas in the neutral court was without 2 starters. Now, obviously,
yeah,
there's a lot going on. You still have the bad losses, but I think it's just something that needs to be mentioned, whether you are, whether you're just looking at that and see, well, I can't put a team in with 4 bad losses. Well, that's just digging a little bit deeper.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of
Looks
crazy.
like we're texting vote now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have to do a texting vote. Apparently, you can't send that many Google Forms within a 24-hour period.
You're on a watch list now.
You've become a bot, Graham.
You have.
Really, that's crazy.
Well, Billis.
I'm wondering if it's because it goes individually to each person every single time, if that's part of it.
Could be.
Jay
right,
Billis.
we can- well, we
We're
You
at the end of the process here, so this isn't too bad.
No, so this list that's up here, we need to send you in order 4.
4.
Okay.
No, we just need to wait.
Order doesn't matter for these.
Yeah, order doesn't matter in this one.
Okay, yeah, that's right. We just need to
Alphabetical?
pick 4. Okay.
And Graham, imagine all the junk mail you're going to get from Google going forward.
Hey, this is a flashback to last year when I had to tabulate everything via text.
So we're just sending you 4, right? Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
It is crazy that Wisconsin played just one Q3 game and lost it.
It's, those big conferences for you.
Yep.
Especially the Big Ten this year.
I think
A lot
TCU.
of Q3.
I think TCU doesn't even have a Q3 game, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Big Ten
had
and Big
one
12
go
teams.
in and out.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So I can tell you five people have voted, and so far there hasn't been a single disagreement on the team.
Uh-oh. We'll see if I come in.
Yeah, I'll just mess some.
Carey's coming in. Look out.
We know who he's voting against.
Hey now, I included Rutgers for you.
Kerry included Arizona State. That was the only difference.
Ah,
So the teams that we are going to send forward are, sorry, got a son over here that's very excited about the Girl Scout cookies that just
how
arrived.
dare you? How dare you
Um,
have a son?
But Rutgers, NC State, Nevada, and West Virginia are the 4.
So in theory, right now, Arizona State and Wisconsin are our last 2 in, which kind of vibes with where everybody's been at for the last week or 2.
Just to let y'all know, Billis, North Carolina is in.
Of course. Now the question is, if he had a full list, if we added him up, would he exceed the limit?
Yes.
Well, especially if they get a win over his number 2 seed, the Duke Blue Devils, then that
It's
will
two
really help.
seed.
I thought he had him on 1.
I love the argument they've had over the years when it's like, are you taking the, this number of best teams or the most deserving teams?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to just take the best teams, let's just take the best recruiting classes and put those teams in and not play any games.
Yeah, let's go to the casinos in Vegas and let the sports book decide.
I will say for maybe those that haven't tuned in before, and I'll get everybody's opinion on this, but Joe mentioned it the other night and has mentioned it on TV when Joe Lenardi was with us. While there's a lot of numbers and things that we talk about and evaluating teams, that all that's relevant and true, we also have to remember that the committee is real people and sitting there and acknowledging occasionally some other factors. So I think we can all honestly sit here and say that if North Carolina wins today and then doesn't have something bad, if you're talking about a borderline call for that last team, I think it's at least fair to say there is a chance North Carolina might get a slight bump because of the North Carolina on their chest and the potential aspect of just what people think about them, even if it's not intentional. That psyche about it being North Carolina could be different than, say, and this is just throwing a team out there, but like a Nevada or West Virginia or something else, if it comes down to like one of those two teams.
Definitely.
I mean,
I think that
what would the committee, not from what we would do necessarily, but what would the committee do?
Right.
And I think you could see with Miami and Providence perhaps getting that same sort of advantage, because we saw what they did in the tournament last year, returned a bunch of guys. I think there's that thought that they just have talented teams. So maybe they could potentially see a bump.
Yeah, to piggyback, Dave, on what you said too, and again, this is for people that are listening. I know there's a lot of, sometimes the comment I hear is, well, those committee guys, they probably don't watch the games. They get programs from the NCAA where they get the games condensed down into like a 30 or 40-minute thing. And I've talked to guys that watch anywhere from 5 to 6 games a day, a couple of them live, the other one's on that recording thing. So they do see a lot of basketball.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Imagine if it all blends together after a while.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Did
trying
you guys-
to suggest that there's some, I do not believe that there's some greater thing, but we're just going to put them in regardless. But I think if you're a close call, there's a human element that you also have to factor in, because we're all that same way, right?
Yeah.
I think they're just a little better. And we're talking down here at the very bottom. We're not talking about saying they're all of a sudden great.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's why we've probably heard the term our entire lives. Don't leave it up to chance. These are the teams that are leaving it up to chance, because it's a committee decision at that point. And I don't know if you guys saw the documentary came out a few years ago about the Stanford sailing scandal. Pretty good documentary about that whole story. But anyway, one of the parts of the movie was, or documentary was, Bernard Muir. The year that all that went down, he was the chairman of the NCAA basketball committee. And he was so ingrained in watching basketball every day that he wasn't paying attention to any other sports. And that's how a lot of that stuff flew under the radar, because he was so locked into basketball. So anyway, I don't know if everybody's like Bernard, but that's clearly one example of a chairman like not caring about anything else but this for a couple months.
And I would think they would have to, because when they get in that room, and if they hadn't watched the games and everybody else is taught, kind of feel like, gee, I didn't, like Brad was saying, they didn't show their work, I mean, like, yeah.
As we get ready to do this vote, I'd be curious to have a little discussion on Pittsburgh. I don't know that we've really had sort of everybody's kind of detailed thoughts on, Pitt's resume, who's, they're not the numbers don't really care for him too much. So that's the issue. Their non-conference strength of schedule is buoyed. I mean, the bottom of it's not very good, but it's buoyed by Michigan, VCU, Vanderbilt. But they lost all those games. Lost a big game to West Virginia, but then they beat Northwestern big on the road. So I don't know. That's sometimes those things are outliers.
But they're
Um,
ACC.
I think
But-
the fact,
But to Rocco's point, I mean, they have won at North Carolina State, at North Carolina, at Northwestern. Um,
The-
you
They
know,
beat the
those
two
are
best
some
teams in
things
the
that,
ACC.
those are some things. And, you know, they are, for lack of a better thing, they are the current tiebreaker leader of the ACC, which, you know, is worse. If they were to win today and win the outright title, that's one of those chits in your hand, right? That's kind of like the get out of jail free card. I won a power conference minus
Yeah.
the Washington year we talked about last night. So I think I can see it both ways with Pitt. I think they've done a lot of good things with what they've had, but there's nothing here that just goes, wow, this is some sort of a lock either.
I will say I'm a little surprised they're still not in our field. That's just, I mean, I think they've done, I think they've done enough. You know, they swept North Carolina. You know, we're comparing them to teams of that ilk. They swept North Carolina. They beat North Carolina State on the road, and they beat, you know, arguably the second best team in the league if you want to just look at metrics and so forth, Miami.
and Virginia.
Yeah, they beat Virginia.
And
too.
Virginia. Yeah,
And they
exactly.
beat the
So
top two teams in the league head to head. So
I don't want to give them a pass, but again, we discussed this, I think, yesterday. You know, that Notre Dame game was a kind of a asterisk game. That was Bray's last game, pretty emotional. You know, Notre Dame's going to win a game. That's the one they're going to win, you know.
Right.
And if that was their only bad loss, I'd be fine with it. 6 losses, the team's not projected to dance. That's my thing. And also seeing them side by side with West Virginia in this bunch, the 0-1 against Quad 1A compared to 1-10 against Quad 1A, and obviously the head-to-head blowout result in West Virginia's favor.
Right. But West Virginia had 11 chances. They had
Right.
one.
It's just wild to see like that these teams were comparing them side by side.
Oh, I
It's
know.
just like it's like impossible.
5 years ago, that would have been flip-flopped, right?
Yeah.
The ACC teams would have had all the chances.
well, what's funny, Kerry, is you said there's 6 losses. That's probably my biggest. That's my probably biggest argument for why I have Arizona State either right at the cut line or the first team out, because they also have 6 losses to non-tournament teams.
Right.
And I think if you compare, even if you compare like a Pittsburgh to an NC State, I don't think it's particularly close. I mean,
Yeah.
the biggest difference is, you know, if all of Pittsburgh's key wins came at home and then they lost all these road games and they lost at Notre Dame, I'd have a lot of concern. But the fact that they won at Northwestern, at NC State, at North Carolina, who we all likely agree if they win today, they're probably on the right side of the bubble. NC State doesn't have that. That's three wins away from home against potential at-large teams, including 2 wins over the 2 highest seeded teams from the ACC at home. I just think the metrics aren't very good, but as like we keep mentioning, you can't just look at the metrics, and they seem to be a step above a lot of these other teams where we're discussing.
Plus, I think too, and
Yes.
I know we don't do last 10 or any of that anymore, but if you look at those losses, three of them occurred in the first week of the season.
Yep.
And it's not like they lost to schmucks. West Virginia, Michigan. Michigan's a pretty darn good team, and so is VCU.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
You know, so I think that's a good discussion on Pittsburgh. I mean, they're a tough profile to look at, just because you kind of see 2 different things. So how do you how do you break that part? So let's go ahead and have that discussion on West Virginia. You know, because they're like the opposite of Pitt, right? Where their computer numbers look great and they have some good wins, but where do we, you know, how does the committee feel about the
Bad record.
number of chances versus the execution of those opportunities?
Pitt had 6 top 50 wins. West Virginia has 5.
And they won at Pittsburgh. I mean, again, we don't
Yeah.
do a lot of head
The
to head,
flip flop. Yep.
but
They didn't
Yeah.
only win at Pittsburgh; they blew them out by I think 30.
Yeah,
And-
25. Yeah.
Big
And-
rivalry game though. Big rivalry game.
their strength of schedule, significantly better. I think, overall from that perspective. So yeah, this is West Virginia is probably one of those. It's about your tolerance for a ratio of winning
Right.
versus how many options. So, when there are 10 quad 1, quad 2 wins is good, typically, but they're 10 and 13, 11 and 13 versus the top 3, which
Oh, it's gross.
isn't ideal. But
Right.
most of those losses are 1A.
Yeah, they lost
They
their
lost to a lot of really good teams. So does a road win at Iowa State, home game? My only other thing and I'll get this out. The only other thing is if you look at their totality of wins outside of the home win against TCU and now the 2 against Iowa State, the rest are against
Auburn.
couple teams or teams we're talking about now.
Yep.
2 of them at home. Now the win at Texas Tech is impressive.
Yeah.
So I mean, you give them credit for that. To me, it's just that it's the how many how many chances do you get to find the acorn, right? And if you
Yeah.
look enough, you're found. So that their game today is huge. They beat Kansas State. That's going to be another few 1A win. It maybe makes it much more palatable.
Let
Right.
me,
Yeah. So they've played 10 games against the top 20 net teams. 6 of those on the road, 1 on a neutral court, 3 of them at home. Lost all 10 of them. The only one that went to OT was Kansas State on the road, which would have changed a lot of their picture if they got that, but they didn't get it. And then up until a week ago, they didn't have a better road win than Texas Tech. Or I'm sorry, Pittsburgh and Texas Tech. The Pittsburgh one is obviously was their best, and now Iowa State is their best. So again, you take away those 10 chances, they go 0 for 10. The rest of the team or the rest of the results, you're looking at a let's see, 5-2, 7-3, 8-3 team if you take away quad 4. So yeah, they've been pretty good in all those other games, but it's a reward to get selected. You have that many cracks. It's like, how much can you tolerate? That's the best way you could put it, Dave. And what I'm doing in the bracketology thing is I'm really trying to remove any biases, because my bias is to not put them in to see an 11 and 13 record, but I get that 10 of those 13 losses are against the top 20 net teams. So it's a tough decision. I'm also an advocate for the smaller guy, so I'd love to see like a Charleston or an Oral Roberts get in over a team that loses this much. But it's a really hard thing to prove to be right or prove to be wrong.
And
I just wanna-
especially, they're 17 and 13 overall right now. They lose to Kansas State and lose the first 12 of the Big 12.
Yeah.
First round of the Big 12, as we discussed yesterday, puts you at 17 and 15. And their top end wins are not good enough to
Right.
make a strong enough argument to put them in the field in that case, if that happens.
That's
I
why I
want
think they
to-
needed that Kansas State road win. They went to overtime and didn't get it. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think one thing for West Virginia, to their credit, is it's an ugly Q1A record, but when they drew Iowa State at home, I think that the Iowa State they got at that time was a very good team, a Q1A quality opponent. And so it doesn't look like it now, but considering when they played that Iowa State team, I think that probably should deserve more credit than it may get on paper.
Did Miles play in that TCU home game?
I'll tell you in a sec.
Let me quickly add. I'm going to have to jump off on the radio here in a second, but to counter Tim's top 50
Miles
points,
played, yes, 36 minutes.
All right. Okay.
West Virginia 3 wins over the top 29. Pitt has 0. West Virginia 9 wins over the top 60. Pitt has 6. Like, you could put the cutoff anywhere and
Oh, sure.
make it how
I'm
you
just
want to.
saying, I'm just
But
saying
I'll be
it's
back in
not,
like 20
it's not
minutes.
just this overwhelming tsunami. And, yeah, they got blown out. But again, like I said, God, that had to be what, the second game of the year?
Yeah, and I'll just throw this out there. I'm not necessarily a fan of this kind of logic, but obviously today's game with Kansas State is huge, at home for them to get that win. But it would also be somewhat unprecedented for a team top 30 in the old RPI or the net from a power conference
Yeah.
to not get a bid. Because
Yeah,
they're going to look and say, well, our rankings that we put together and we set up to tell us what we need to know,
Right.
telling us that this is a top 25 or top 28, whatever they'll be. If they win today, it'll be at least the same, probably. We're not going to leave our nets telling us this from a power conference. This isn't an outlier. And if, yes, their strength of record, they're both about 35 and they're productive or even better. So
Yeah, a lot better. Yeah.
that's my reasoning right now, that thinks Pitt's probably on the right side. And barring what you said, I don't think they can lose their last two. They can't lose at home today. And then I don't think 17 and 15 is going to be good enough. That's only ever happened a couple of times.
Right.
And so you're really putting yourself at risk to try to get in 2 games over 500.
I understand exactly what you're saying, Dave, but I think your logic's right on. I mean, I do that all the time. I'm like, because there's certain things, even though these committees change and we wonder why in the heck did they take that team with that logic and they didn't take that. There are certain things that are pretty constant, and things like what you said are fairly constant.
That's
on
right.
both ways on Virginia, with the ranking that they put out and also the win-loss record. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you look at the RPI is not on the team sheet anymore, but if there was the old RPI, they'd be 44th right now, which is right on the cut line. And this is kind of where some of the argument comes in about the net system and the quad system really helping power schools get looked at more. I feel like this type of profile in the past might have been dismissed faster. But regardless, we're here now. And but to your point, it is their metric and they are proud of it. They've mentioned it on previous selection shows, and even the chairman this year has mentioned it as well. But I feel like there's going to be a year, if it's not this year, where a team in the 20s will get left out, because you look at Utah State and West Virginia right now, both being top 25, you have reasons to leave both out. So if it doesn't happen this year, it just goes to show you that either the formula needs to be tweaked a bit, or it's very possible, because if you go, I don't know, somebody said a couple of weeks ago, you could go under 500, but if you go 14 and 16, if you win your 14 games by 25 each, and you lose your 16 by 1 point or less than 5 points each, you're probably going to be a top 20 net team. So at some point, the net ranking shouldn't mean anything. And I'm kind of there with both West Virginia and Utah State. I'm looking at much deeper things. And hopefully the committee does too, because that's probably the only fair way to do it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Rocco. And the other thing is, then when they are questioned on their net, they go, well, that's just a sorting tool. So
Right.
it's like, but
You can lean on it. You can lean on it more for like Florida Atlantic or a team like that, where you just can't compare much, and they are winning like almost every single game. But in a case like this, it's totally different.
Yeah. And back, just a little story for the viewers a little bit. So back when they set this up, they brought in Ken Palm, Jeff Sagarin, all these people. And Sagarin was the one who said, well, you wouldn't want to use my rankings, because he gave a scenario where a team played like the top 50 teams in the country in their schedule, and they lost by 1. Their record would be like 2-26, and they'd be number 1 in the country.
See, to me, that's like one of those, like, admittedly flawed areas of certain parts of analytics, right?
Right.
Exactly.
There's a lot of great things that they provide information.
Yeah. Yes.
But the one thing I think that misses with the net too is that in some ways the old RPI did better, for all of its simplicity and whatever, was the value of beating teams, particularly on the road. So if you beat to me, there's got to be a way to weight, like when you beat a good team, home and away, how does that score get calculated in to where that win counts more than beating a Q3 team by 18 points?
Totally agree.
All right, are we ready to vote?
Anyway, let's shoot that ballot out if you haven't already, Graham.
So we are going in order, right?
It's got to be a text message now because of.
Oh, that's right.
the issue.
Sorry. Yes.
But this group of 8, we're sending them to you in the order, right?
In order, that is correct.
Okay.
Graham, I think I already got you, right? Okay.
Did Carrie get a vote to you, Graham?
He did.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Hey, some breaking news here that in the WAC, which the bracket will be announced here in just a few minutes, they are using the Ken Palm scoring system for seeds. And even though Utah Valley won the and clinched the league 2 games ago, Sam Houston will be the #1 seed.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'll change it on her sheet then. Thank you.
No problem.
Guess it pays to go to travel to Oklahoma in the non-conference, huh?
Yeah, because they factor in non-conference results for the seeds. And they beat Utah on the road too. So
Oklahoma.
The 8 teams that we're voting for right now, is there can we put that up or?
Starts with Pitt.
Here, let me just hold on one sec. Let me just put it up here. So I forgot Rockwell or Carrie had to step out.
Yeah.
All right, you should have mine.
There you go.
Thanks.
they're getting they're leaking some of this info out early so people can freak out now before they see the bracket. WAC people are pretty crazy on Twitter, if you guys don't know, especially New Mexico State, but they're out of it obviously. But the rest of the league's pretty crazy too. Grand Canyon got a wild fan base.
Yes, they do. Wild place to go see a game.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and the New Mexico State people accuse Grand Canyon of paying their students to go to games, which is just a really funny debate on Twitter.
My son lives down there, and he went to a game, just a random game, and he could hardly even get in. I mean, it was like, it's crazy.
That is fun. That is crazy. I still haven't gone to one there.
Yeah, so by my count, after we vote these 4 in, we have 6 spots left.
Yes.
Assuming that, that we'll have to tweak next week, assuming we don't lose 1 or 2.
Right.
What we'll do, we'll vote once we get this vote in, we'll have a little discussion on how we should move forward here. Okay.
Okay.
I think this is a good chance to kind of reset. Welcome if you're just joining us. If you are, make sure you hit that subscribe button and like button. We're getting down to the nitty gritty here, getting the last team seated into the field. We are sponsored by Godfather's Pizza, 1,200 locations across the U.S., giving you the best pizza ever. Go to godfathers.com. You'll find full service restaurants as well as express units and travel centers, airports, convenience shops, college campuses. To find a location near you, just click on godfathers.com. And last night, and I'm probably going to have some at lunch again. I'm going to enjoy the classic combo Godfather's Pizza, their specialty, pepperoni, sausage, beef, bacon, topped off with tons of mozzarella. It's kind of Godfather's signature. Also, great desserts. You saw the cinnamon monkey bread earlier. Streusel. They have so many other sides too. Potato wedges, wings, cheese sticks. So check them all out today. Godfather's Pizza. It's family owned and operated. Godfather's Pizza, pizza pie, piled high. Also, remember, if you missed any of our past sessions, you can go back and check those out right here on the YouTube channel. I saw a bunch of you did it this morning. Appreciate that. We will, what we're going to do here today is we're going to go through and finish out the seating. Probably going to have some good discussions here down at the end because we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We'll probably take a quick 10-minute break. We'll stay on the air. We won't drop the session or anything here in about another hour or so, and then we'll jump back in and then it's Shelby's turn to really go to work today, man. Shelby, you got a lot of work ahead of you today. Keep us updated on the games.
Do I get overtime pay?
You do not.
You do, you get overtime pay. It's just your hourly rate is 0.
Great.
Okay, the bracket just came out.
Oh yeah, I want to go change our I'll do it once I get post sharing. Everybody's got the teams right. I can drop off of here.
But you know, this sounds kind of, you know, obviously for selection isn't a big deal, but potentially the game with Alabama at A&M today and the Kansas-Texas game, if Alabama were to fall today and Kansas goes and beats Texas, then you're back at the re-looking at the #1 overall. In my opinion, I think.
Joe sent something out about that this morning. Yeah.
And then, of course, tomorrow with Houston and Memphis, and
yeah,
it could end up being a no-brainer after the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Joe said, there's no doubt Houston's a 1 seed. Whether they should be #1 overall or #2 overall is, I think we have them positioned right myself.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a case between Kansas and Alabama, who should be 1. I think Houston is a really, really good team. I think that 3rd spot is perfect for where they should be. But I mean, I'm not going to have a lose sleep over it if the committee thinks they're 1 overall. But
Graham will.
Some interesting point spreads today. A&M is a 1.5 point favorite at home against Alabama.
Ooh.
I think A&M will win that game.
in fairness, you know, I don't know what
Honestly.
it is, if it's all the controversy going on around Alabama or whatever. They haven't been as consistently strong late.
No.
They've managed to win.
All
you
3
give
of them.
credit for that.
They could have lost all 3 of those games.
And everybody's been gunning for them. You know, they're that target on your chest every game they go in the SEC, kind of like Kentucky used to be. So you got to give them credit for taking everybody's best punch
Yep.
and winning. So you
I
don't
think
knock them off for that. But they have
I agree.
dominating people.
I think psychologically, now that they've already clinched, they got to go on the road and play in College Station, even though as bracketologists, we're still looking at this as they're not totally done getting the #1 overall seed. The team itself is probably feeling a little like, all right, we could take a deep breath, but they're going to go into a rowdy senior day in College Station. The bullseye is going to be there, and that might be just too overwhelming to overcome today. Because Texas A&M is tough and solid, and if you don't bring your 100% energy against a team like that, that's where you can just throw away a game, and that could happen today.
And this is a type of game. Sorry, I was gonna say this is a type of game for Texas A&M where, you know, how we mentioned earlier, you know, like 1 win this weekend for a team that's in the field isn't going to train them drastically, but a win over Alabama, that's going to help, especially if you're on the cusp of, you know, whether it's a 7, 8, 6, 7, 8 seed, whatever it might be, that could push you to lean one way.
Well, the other thing too is, I mean, for Alabama's purposes, well, I'm sure they'd love to be #1 overall. It's however the committee goes with that, it's a much bigger decision between Kansas and Houston, who would both want the Midwest region, where if Kansas ends up being #1 overall and Alabama's 2, it doesn't really drastically change any routing for them. They're still going to go Birmingham to Louisville. So it's not other than having that first pick and technically the potentially the weakest 2 seed, but that doesn't always work out either, because depending on who the 2 seeds ends up being, sometimes the bracketing principles mess with that.
Well, I just wanted to announce the order of the teams and actually say a little bit about the voting. So the order is USC, Pitt, Mississippi State, and Rutgers. And this brings up a good point about the way the committee operates. If you get a few committee members that feel very strongly about one team, even if the rest of the committee feels a different way, if it's a very outsized opinion, a team could potentially end up a lot lower or higher than they otherwise might. In this case, West Virginia had very polar opposite opinions from the committee, and they ended up out of that 4-team grouping despite some pretty high opinions of West Virginia amongst particular members of the group.
Great point, Graham. And I think that's something like Joe mentioned last night. Like he, you know, I can think back a few years. Joe Castiglione was on from Oklahoma, very, big presence in the room. Like Joe said, he doesn't know who the alphas are in there, and that does make a difference. As much as we would like to think it's just robotic, it's not.
Well, and this is where we remind everybody there's some really influential results for some of these bubble teams potentially this weekend. So, if Arizona State goes and wins at USC, West Virginia beats Kansas State at home today, this is why we're going to go back. At some point as we go through rescrub that seed list, there may be a couple of adjustments that we're going to want to make before Sunday night. That I think, that ordering on some of those. It's not going to jump somebody from here to a 7 seed, but it could make the difference of being on that 10 or 11 line or in the first 4 or not, for sure.
Yeah. And that I 100% agree with. And then on the flip side, we got to keep telling ourselves it's a full
Body of work.
Yep.
And what I'm saying is, but if these 2 full bodies of work are really close,
Absolutely.
that one of those last results, one spot on the seed list could be the difference between going to Dayton or not going to Dayton.
Right. And again, we're kind of gonna be, although we're gonna get most of the results in, like we're kind of gonna be like committee is, as we've discussed ad nauseum here during this during these sessions, is that they've got most of their work in by Friday morning, and so a lot of times those late tournament games on Friday and Saturday don't have a lot of impact on what happens on the bracket. But like we also said, maybe this year they will. Who knows? Okay, so let's let me get these on here. And so now we have 2 teams left over, right? Arizona State, Wisconsin, and then the 4 that were held over from this last vote. Do we want to, is there any point in putting all 10 of those, including the 4 holdings, into a group of 10 and doing a pick of 4 or pick of 8? I'm just throwing it out there, and then narrowing down those 8 into 4.
Well, we've got 6 to vote on right now. I say vote on those.
Basically, what you're saying, Shelby, is let's do an initial completion of our field by seed.
Right.
And then if we want to look at voting another group out of that at-large consideration pool in with that other group, and then finalize that list of first out.
Yeah, that's what I.
And
we've
then,
got-
that first out, next out type of a deal. And then it doesn't matter to me, but that's basically what you're saying is let's get this field completed. Or do
Right.
we want to bring in any of those other teams into that consideration? In other words, I think if you're going to be fair, we probably should include those 4 that are sitting out there right now,
Okay,
at least
what-
in one of the votes in the next grouping.
How about we vote 4 from the 10 teams?
Then rank them.
Yeah,
We could do that.
we'd have 2 teams left.
Then we can do 4 from the next 6 that are left over, rank those. Yeah, we could do that.
So basically,
sound-
we're taking.
sound good,
we're
Dave?
adding- Yeah, we're adding UNC. Who's in that grouping? That
UNC, Penn
Penn
State,
State.
Oklahoma State, Utah State. I guess to be fair, but I don't see, I'm just glancing at it, I don't see anybody else right now that we really would want to add.
No.
I mean, I don't know what anybody else has thought of whether or not they would want to take a vote about adding to consideration a team like Michigan in that group. Or Charleston,
Charleston is what I would say Charleston, just because of,
or, I mean, I'll just throw it out there. I know with their losses, but is it worth for the committee to, before you just totally dismiss them, to bring Clemson up for a discussion?
I think it's worth bringing Villanova up too, if they win today.
But we can go ahead and we've got 10 teams right now, so we could talk about any of those that we haven't. And then we could do a vote in order, get the top 4 or top 8 or 6 or whatever, and then vote 4 more in order for the 11 line.
Yeah, let's put all 10 in here. Then when we get it down to 6, then let's see if we want to add a couple and then do another 4. How about that?
Okay.
I agree with Dave's big point there with Clemson and just
Your audio's out, Graham.
Yeah. Something didn't pick up.
teams like them in general. If you got an
There, we heard you.
okay, well, I was thinking with Dave's point, when you get towards
Cut
those
that.
final teams,
Well, I just think, I mean, I don't know if this is what you're trying to say, Graham, but we're getting on these final teams. We want to make sure that we go and look. If to do this right, we want to be looking at all of that next kind of grouping of teams together and not predetermine that we're only going to look at these 2 or 3. Let's take a look at that group of 8 or 10 and be sure that that's how we want to get the vote down on who's going to be in that group, because we don't want to accidentally just dismiss somebody because they're a little bit out of sight, out of mind. So I think we want to do service to be sure that we look at like Clemson and Michigan. And we don't just come in with some sort of a preconceived notion because where we've had them. I think the group think would be important.
I would include Charleston and Oral Roberts to that as well.
Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to vote 4 out of these 10, and then we will entertain adding teams that are under consideration into the pool. Okay.
Sounds good.
So we have, my sheet is a little messed up here. I have 11. Got somebody I'm missing here. Somebody added that I shouldn't have had added. So if we add UNC, Penn State, Oklahoma State, Utah State, correct? Those are the 4 holdings.
Yeah.
We add them to the other 6, which would be Wisconsin, West Virginia, Utah State. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wisconsin, West Virginia, Nevada, NC State,
Auburn and Arizona State.
Auburn, and Arizona State. There's
I've got
where
'em.
I have Rutgers.
I've got them pulled up here.
Rutgers in there twice. Okay, very
And
good.
Rutgers has to be in there somewhere, right?
Well, Rutgers is already in the
Oh,
field.
that's right. We put them in last time. They're 40. Okay. That's right.
Well, you guys really voted without me, didn't you?
Yeah, of course.
I think I had Rutgers at the bottom of that last ballot. No offense, Brad.
I don't
None,
want to
ta-
upset Brad.
none taken. Won't upset me at all.
All right, so we're going to choose 4 from this group. Um,
So we're looking at these 10, 4 of them will become our 11s.
Yes.
well, we're just putting 4 in, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but we'd be ranking him for the 11 line.
Right.
Well, we already have.
Let's put it spots 41 through 44. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I was gonna say
Yeah.
we already have 6 of them in. Not seated, but in.
But we're throwing these other 4 into this group to talk about for the
Yeah,
season.
we're not, yeah, this is. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Kerry. But we're kind of like, we don't want to, like Dave said, we don't want to be prejudiced and just say, oh, well, they're over here on this list on the right. We're done with them.
I think we talked about most everybody on this list quite a bit, maybe with the exception of Oklahoma State and North Carolina. But I think we touched a bit on Carolina the other day. For me, Oklahoma State basically has the West Virginia issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's except they have a couple less quad 1-2 wins, and maybe even less because they have a win in Oklahoma. They swept Oklahoma, who's not going to be in the field, most likely. I mean, they could do enough, potentially, I suppose, to win the Big 12 tournament. But if you look at the rest of their wins, outside of Iowa State's, TCU at home, West Virginia home, Iowa State home, Texas Tech home, and then they have the loss to Southern Illinois, Virginia Tech and UCF. So to me, it's the same issue with West Virginia. It's just that I don't think their overall profile of wins, particularly out of conference, is as good as West Virginia's.
And I think their metrics are considerably worse than West Virginia,
Yes.
as well as their overall record of 16-14.
Yeah.
Which we've discussed earlier is a problem.
Yeah, they're one loss away from being almost eliminated. You know what I mean? Like they're
Yeah.
getting to that point.
I mean, there's never been a team 1 game over 500 that's ever
Right.
made it in.
Right.
And 2 is extremely rare. So
I know we're not supposed to really talk about conference record, but I do wonder if the committee will look at that record in the Big 12 and say, well, it's honestly pretty good considering the level of competition.
Sorry, gents.
yeah, I mean that's the issue. I mean, to me, where Oklahoma State misses is they, unlike West Virginia, their best non-conference wins are Sam Houston State and Wichita State, and maybe Ole Miss, depending on how you feel about it. So they don't have the Pittsburgh win, for example, or a couple of ones that West Virginia has. Plus, I just think it's 16-14. They're probably 2 wins away, to be honest, because, if you win 1 and lose 1, then you're right back to the same. And I don't know that their top end profile is good enough to get them in at 16-14.
Yeah, if you're
What would be
16-14 and you want to
17-15?
be
Yeah.
and you want to be considered, like you need to win like at Kansas or at one of those top tier teams to really have any shot, and obviously they don't have
Sounds
that.
about right.
Yeah.
They have the easiest team in the Big 12, theoretically, besides Oklahoma today, Texas Tech at home.
I think it's at Texas Tech.
Teams to get
I
the
think it is a
trophy.
road game.
Oh, my bad.
So
They'll probably end up losing that game anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, gents. That was a head coach. I had to take that one.
Oh, no.
We doing any votes?
How's John Shire
we're getting
doing?
ready to. We
John
got
Shire, not
we
him.
got 10 teams here, Rocco, and we're going to rank them and then put 4 more in, and then that gets us pretty much through our 11 line.
We're just gonna pick 4, correct? out of
Are we
these
doing-
10.
Are we doing that now? Or are we still discussing?
We're still kind of discussing. We haven't.
So
Okay, cool.
we're gonna pick 4 and then we're gonna rank those 4. We're ranking them as we vote.
ranking them as we vote.
Right.
Interesting.
So, yeah, well, we could, let's get a procedural thing here. So, because we're getting down to the end here and, the committee would probably like, when we had those 4 over there, they probably would have gone through the whole process, added 4 more and, filled up 50 slots, they might have, they might not have. But at any rate, so we got to do kind of a procedural thing here. Normally on a 10 vote, we would only pick 4. So do we want to just do that, or do we want to, we would just pick 4 rather than rank 4, but then we'd have to turn around and rank them again, those 4
Yeah.
that we picked.
Yeah.
So it's
I-
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
I would say we rank our top 6 of these, and then that will give us our consensus rank of the top 4. I think ranking 4 might be a little bit messy.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah.
That
I,
sounds
I
right.
was going to suggest the same thing Carrie just mentioned exactly.
Makes sense.
Can the real committee just do that? Like decide how much they want to rank? Or
No.
I was gonna say. I thought they had
No,
a
the real
certain
committee
amount-
would
I thought it
take
was written in.
4. Well, like we've kind of like you said, they wouldn't have 10 here. Okay. They would have had these, they would have voted, they would have done another vote with North Carolina, Utah State, those ones we had over in the holding, Penn State, Oklahoma State.
I
They
see.
would have added 4 more to that. Then they would have had 8. Then they would have ranked those 4. Then they would have put those 4 with these other 6 that we had. And then they would have picked, they would have gone and done the 4 again.
Wow.
But again, what I've heard they do is they get down to like 44 because they're in a different. The thing is, we've got to adjust a little bit because we're in a different spot than they are, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
they already know at that point, there's been 2 bid stealers already,
Yeah.
So we're only going to need 44, we don't have that luxury.
Exactly.
They know if
makes
they need
sense.
to even consider Oral Roberts or Charleston, or if they're
Right,
definitely
right.
in and all. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think what we were going to do here, just to be fair to everybody that's on this board, okay? We were going to somehow get 4 out of this group. Now, how procedurally we do that, like I like the 6 and the 4, that's great. And we'll seed those 4. Then we'll probably, on our board, we would have 2 left. Then we were going to ask for nominations from the under consideration board. If there's anybody we want to throw into that discussion, do another ranking, like maybe the 6, rank 6, pick 4, and go from that.
Sounds good.
And if anybody had a prop bet, Alabama won the tip.
Wow, that's deep. That's pretty deep.
Well, they just showed the, they had Tent City out there. Collegeville. Waiting to
All
get in
right.
the game. All right.
Graham,
So
I sent you the
we are
6.
going to have these 10 teams. You're going to pick 6, rank 6, correct? Or how are we going to do this? I'm sorry. Let me.
Yeah, and I'm already
I ranked
getting some
mine,
ballots.
but,
It's-
however you gotta want to do it.
So we're going
I
to give
have
you
them
If
the-
you want to
ballots.
get 4 and then re-rank them, that's fine too.
we need to decide. So
the ballots I've gotten so far, people are ranking them in order, and they're sending exactly 6.
all right, very good. I'm in agreement with that.
Beautiful.
Everybody else good with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Bama likes throwing to the guys out of bounds.
There's a Brandon Miller joke in there somewhere.
Probably. I caught crap on Twitter because I put I think right 2 Saturdays ago that he was killing it. And
Yeah.
too soon.
Yeah, it's been fun from an optics
Yeah.
I have to submit tomorrow my awards for the season. I've got Brandon Miller for freshman of the year. It's like I can appreciate that this doesn't look great, but
Yeah.
he's good between the lines.
Absolutely.
One of the SoCon quarterfinals is underway too. So that's Furman, who's our AQ right now, is playing. So we'll know in a couple hours whether that holds or not.
Yeah, I'm
And
switching
UNC
tabs here.
UNC Asheville too is in a semifinal in the Big South. So
Switching tabs on the spreadsheet to the schedule that I put together. If you want to keep track of which channels to watch which games on.
Arizona State, is that a late game tonight?
Yeah,
Yeah, 11
11 Eastern.
Eastern.
Oh, nice.
I'm like Carrie, I don't know, we've had for like over 4 years now YouTube TV. So the one nice part about it, and when you get the thing, you can pick up one of your TVs from anywhere, but either you have the app or I have a Roku stick on it, but you move it around, you can put up 2 TVs right next to each other you don't have to worry about whether there's a cable line or not.
Yeah, that's what Graham's got, that 2 TV set up too. It was pretty sweet.
I have an old flat screen downstairs, one of the last models that had picture in picture. And I still have it. And I went up one in our living room, went to spend a buku bucks for this fancy curve, da da da. I come down here to watch games on picture in picture. Sometimes I'm like, God, this picture's just as damn good as the one upstairs. It's great.
I don't like that YouTube TV limits you to 3 streams at a time. I gotta, if I want to go 4 screens, one of them has to be on ESPN Plus or something.
Yeah.
I got to look seriously at YouTube TV since the NFL's moving there next year.
Well, the one thing I will say
Is,
is the amount of money we've saved, not to advertise for them, but versus paying a cable bill is remarkably
Well, that's where I
did a lot more stations that I would have to pay extra for, like CBS Sports Network and stuff like that are included. So
is Rocco available? I might need a vote for him if he is not available.
I like the unlimited DVR.
yeah.
Yeah. I wish it would let you delete things though. Like you delete individual shows. I get lost on what I've watched and what I haven't.
Let me check, Graham. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if we did any YouTube chat discussion while I was out, but somebody asked, is Mississippi State a lock with a win today? I don't even know who they play today.
They play at Vanderbilt.
Oh, so it does nothing to help them really.
Well, no, what I would say, to me, the lock is always tough, but what in our case, like what that does though for Mississippi State is it puts them in a spot where now by winning a road game at Vandy, who's gotten better, probably going to end up being a quad 2 game. You eliminate the potential probably for something really bad to happen because you're not going to have to play South Carolina or Georgia or somebody probably right out of the gate. And so if you did take another loss in your first game, it's probably not going to hurt you.
And Vandy just lost Liam Robbins for the year, so Tolu Smith should absolutely eat in the paint, but we'll see what happens.
Vote is coming in now, Graham, from Rocco.
So, yeah, it's, anytime you're down in this 10-11 range, I'm always hesitant to call somebody a lock if some really weird things happen. But Mississippi State fans, in my opinion, will feel a lot better if they win at Vanderbilt today because it just it takes a lot of extra. They may be fine either way, but you get a little more nervous going to that SEC tournament if you're
unsure.
If you don't win that first one, then for sure.
In 2019, I had TCU as a 10 seed, so I thought they were comfortably into the field, and they ended up missing out. So really, anytime you start thinking about a 10 line or worse, I just can never call them a lock, period, because the committee just needs a couple people that really disagree with it.
I think that year TCU, they were 7-11 in the Big 12. You know, teams have obviously gotten in with that record, but you have to wonder if that played any bit of a role with the rest of how their resume looked. That's the year that Belmont got in over them, I believe.
Ken Palm has Vandy by 1 tonight, but the actual spread is Mississippi State by 4. That's the Liam Robbins injury factor for sure. And then there was also a question, could Indiana get up to a 2 seed? No, can't imagine.
Nope.
Even if they win the Big Ten tournament, which the championship game never matters.
People just joining, thanks. We're tabulating the votes. We've got like 10 teams on the board here for the last few spots. We're gonna do one vote here to put 4 in, and then we're gonna do another vote to add a couple more after that. Thanks for joining us. Make sure and hit subscribe and like on the YouTube channel down below. And you can comment, as Kerry was just reading some off there. You can comment down below. Any questions you have, we'd be more than happy to answer them. We're sponsored by Godfather's Pizza. Go to godfathers.com today.
We have our order, and in order, they are Auburn, West Virginia, Nevada, and NC State. Sets up a potential scrub if people are interested in the West Virginia Auburn head-to-head.
All right.
So for those watching right now, if you were thinking of if it turns out being the same and we don't reorder the seed list, Nevada and NC State would be 2 of your teams headed to Dayton.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, now we have 6 teams on the board: Arizona State, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Penn State, Oklahoma State, and Utah State. We will take nominations. I believe there was 1 to add Charleston, correct?
Okay.
Anybody else on that list that we wanted to add? Kerry, you said Villanova, correct?
Can we wait and see if they beat Connecticut? But yes,
No, we can't.
I think they definitely warrant a discussion either way, just based on how they've
Yep.
played the last 5 weeks.
And I believe we also had a Michigan nomination, right?
And I would add Clemson to that list.
And
Mhm.
Clemson, okay? That gives us another pool of 10. Procedural, a little procedural thing here. So we have, okay, first of all, is there anything else? Or I'm gonna wipe out this list.
I mean, does anybody think it's worth taking a look at Oregon before we just
No,
drop them?
I would say no, but. I've looked at them a lot. And every time I look at them, like, I click the little minus button and get rid of their resume.
There's just no realistic path for them.
I would agree at this point. They would, by the time they would win enough to get close, they'd have to win the whole thing.
Yep.
Which they're more than capable of doing potentially, but
Yeah, and that being said, they go heavy computer numbers, they're a 10 seed or 11 seed, I mean, but they just got that one. Now they beat Nevada. You got Arizona and Nevada, both home, USC home. They did beat Arizona State on the road.
yeah, I mean, their metrics, particularly the results-based metrics, would indicate that they're, not close enough.
And again, we would add, if they were going to be an at-large, that means they're going to lose another game. So that would be 14 losses. You know, we're iffy on West Virginia on 14 losses. You know, I mean,
I think it's too many. I think that, yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it would be very, very difficult. That if they got, if they got to 19 and 14,
yeah, that's a
because they'd have to beat, to get there, they would have to beat UCLA or Arizona.
yeah, and I'm not saying overall, like, this is maybe a conversation for us next weekend when we
Yeah.
adjust our bracket, if that indeed occurs.
If that reality happens, then we could take a re-peek at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, somebody to like keep on our outside radar in case something happens there. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right, I've heard no other nominations.
So
Okay.
basically,
One sec.
so we added Villanova to that group, right?
Correct.
So it's Wisconsin, Arizona State, Penn State, Oklahoma State, Utah State from the holdovers, and then UNC, Michigan, Clemson, Charleston, and Villanova.
There should
Let
be
me-
there should be 10 total.
All right, that's 10.
I'm going to throw up the teams that we had left on our under consideration board. You guys let me know who among these 14 would least surprise you if there is a huge surprise on Selection Sunday night. For me, it is clearly New Mexico with those road wins over San Diego State and St. Mary's, but I don't know if there are any other even potential shockers in this list.
I really like Oral Roberts as a potential shocker. And not because they've done anything in the top games they've played, but because they have been very, very clean in all of the other games. And that's something that Charleston can't even say. So the other thing that Oral Roberts has that kind of Dave talked about earlier is committee members are humans. They've seen that Oral Roberts is good. They just know they're a good basketball team. They've got talent. So I think if it gets down to it, if they make the final, Tim had mentioned last night, they're going into a hostile environment to play in South Dakota against some teams that it's going to be very difficult to beat up in the Dakotas. If they can make it to the final, I think Oral Roberts is in play. So I would not be surprised at all if they snuck in there.
Yeah.
Also, Oral Roberts' non-conference strength of schedule is number 5 in the country.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I mean, there at one time, there's a part of me that would say with the way VCU ran away sort of ran away at the end there with the Atlantic 10, but I just don't think there's enough on their resume with a couple of the losses that they have to really make that happen, even if they get to because they'd have to lose again. And so then you're talking, maybe 26-8, and depending on who they lost to, I would think Oral Roberts, would be a much more likelihood to be that team because their metrics just look a lot better too.
Yeah, it'd just be tough for me just because they have 17 games in quad 4. I mean,
And should they lose, they won't have a clean resume anymore because that's going to be
right.
2-3
Exactly. I mean, they have one win in the top 140,
I mean, the reality, fair or unfair for Oral Roberts, they scheduled as well as they possibly could.
Yeah.
But if they would have gotten one of those games in quad 1, I think you're looking at them differently.
Yep.
I mean, not that it's a huge difference, but if we end up coming down to Utah State is among those final teams being considered. Now, granted, it was at Utah State and it was a competitive game. They played St. Mary's competitive. I mean, their only really loss was at Houston, and good luck going in there if you're not Alabama, right? So, but New Mexico, again, they lost there. It's just I would love to see them get a shot, but it's going to be a hard sell.
Really hard sell.
I mean, they basically 22 of their 23 wins are quad 3 and 4. So that's
Yeah. Three of their 5 metrics are 80 and above. So
Let's just hope Oral Roberts wins their conference tournament so we get to see him play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that Asmus is, God, he
No,
tore it
if
up, he
they
tore it
end
up in
up
the
being like
tournament.
a 12, some 5 seed is not going to like the fact if,
No.
if Oral Roberts pops up next to him.
No, that's gonna be, yeah,
Particularly if
I-
they get the right matchup, right?
like a San Diego State.
Or like, let's say even a team like Miami, right? Who's going to want to run and gun with them.
Yeah.
That they don't, Miami doesn't have overwhelming size to just, beat them up.
I just don't think San Diego State can score with them, All right, is that it?
Yep. So are we going to do this? Are we going to, what we need to talk about probably a few of these teams that we haven't.
Yep, I'm gonna wipe out the teams under consideration. That is locked. And let's talk about these 10. So let me rattle them off again. Arizona State, Charleston, Clemson, Michigan, Oklahoma State, Penn State, North Carolina, Utah State, Villanova, and Wisconsin.
I would say we start with either like Michigan, Clemson, or Charleston, because those are probably the 3 newest ones that we've added that are sort of out there that, I mean, I get, Kerry's point about Villanova is well made, but they've got to win this weekend and probably a couple of more.
Yeah.
To just make up all that ground. I don't know. They're obviously a different team now, but I don't know what leeway the committee would give them to sort of just overlook that other stuff. They're not taking away losses for other teams when they didn't have people.
Right. I mean, obviously Justin Moore is an elite player. I
Yeah.
mean, he's a tremendous player. Even on their other teams, when they had other great pieces, I still thought he was their best player in those years. So the problem I think for them is that when he did come back, he had so much rust that it took him 3 or 4 games to get back to where he was, and they lost those games. And now, to your point, Dave, they're sitting at 16 and 14. I mean, at large, they would have 1 more loss. That would be 15. And now despite the injury, are you going to put in a 17 and 15 Villanova team over a, 17 and 14 West Virginia team with their resume? I mean, that's kind of where you're at comparing, or Wisconsin, or, whoever. So it's still a tough road. And I think we kind of had Joe answer that the other night. He, he's a little bit biased because he hates Villanova, but he kind of answered that too. Like, hey, at some point it is what it is.
So, if you're comparing it like Michigan and Clemson, they're obviously where they are because of where they are. Michigan's, 8 and 12 against the top 2, but they are over 500 against the top 3. They have 6 wins against the field, which is probably the only thing that's keeping them in the conversation, even though they won at Northwestern and they won at Rutgers, beating Pittsburgh handily on a neutral court. So, they played other than that really bad loss to Central Michigan, they played a good non-conference schedule. They just, other than Pittsburgh, they didn't win anything significantly. They lost to Virginia by 2 and they lost to North Carolina by 4. Versus a Clemson team that largely scheduled poorly. And they have the 4, they have 4 losses, 150 or below, 3 of them 200 or below.
I think one thing in terms of Clemson that needs to be mentioned, and again, the quadrant system has not been in play for that many years. but no high major team has been left out of the field when they finished over 500 against Q1 and over 500 against Q1 and 2 opponents. Now, obviously, they have a lot of bad on their resume, not only the bad losses, the awful non-conference strength of schedule. But I think that's one thing that kind of keeps them around for now. And, you know, if they make a run in the ACC tournament, pick up a win over one of the top tier teams, I mean, the losses are bad, and especially since there's two really bad losses, it's hard to make a case for them. That's just how I see it.
And again, we get into that unbalanced schedule.
Yep.
They played Virginia once. They played Miami once.
Duke once.
Duke once. North Carolina once. Pittsburgh once. God, who the hell did they play to get there?
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? So they played NC State twice and swept them. And then they played, you know, Virginia Tech twice, swept
Yep.
them.
But again, they
split the
didn't.
break,
Yeah,
beat Syracuse, Georgia Tech twice, beat Florida State twice.
but again, back to what Brad was saying, you know, several other teams, they've got 2 Q4 losses and 2 Q3 losses.
Yeah, you know, it's the thing. You can forgive a bad day, right?
Yeah.
Teams have a bad day. If an injury or something else going on, senior night, something else, you can even sometimes, if you know, you can overlook a second one if there's a lot of good. But it's just hard to wrap your head around how a team sweeps North Carolina State, but manages to lose to Louisville, Loyola, Chicago.
Tells
I mean,
you
I
a lot about
realize
NC
Loyola-
State.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, again, Boston College is playing better. I can fathom that in the road game.
They were a tough out at home, you know.
Right. In South Carolina, you know, I can, you know, the Loyola Chicago on a neutral court wasn't even close. That's tough. And then, you know, I realize it was home, but I mean, believe me, that Louisville team, outside of a couple of games where they stayed close, I mean, they're just
Horrible.
they're just bad.
Yeah,
I mean, half the time they can't even, you know, hold on to the ball long enough to get a shot.
Hey, Dave, quit bad mouthing one of the 4 teams in the mock selection committee classic.
Their bad losses are bad. It's not like they're on the cusp of, you know, like we mentioned before, it's not like it's close to being a quad 2. Their quad 4 losses are really bad losses, and that's
Yeah. Wow.
not good.
They almost
I
hit
think they also-
they almost hit 600 adding them up together.
They caught a good scheduling break with Virginia Tech. They got the road game when Virginia Tech was down Hunter Couture, and then they got the home game when he was healthy, but they barely won both of those games. So they just, who knows how the results are in those two if we had Hunter Couture's injuries opposite of what they actually were.
Yeah, I think this is a lot like looking at Texas A&M and that unbalanced schedule, you know, very similar where they avoided the top teams playing them twice.
Okay, here's some score updates.
All right.
Seton Hall over Providence by 9.
Let's go.
On the
Baylor
road.
by 6 to Iowa State. Michigan State up 7 over Ohio State. UNC Asheville tied in the first half. Furman is up 6 in the first half. A&M over Bama by 11. And Penn over Princeton by 11.
I've been pretty outspoken about Providence. I think that's really a score to keep an eye on if they take a home loss to Seton Hall.
Mhm.
After I praised them earlier,
Yep.
I need Seton Hall to win that game.
you know,
There's a big battle for the 3 seed in Big East, and Providence loses and Creighton wins. Creighton moves up to 3.
I mean, just a final quick thought on Clemson. It's just hard to really grasp a team that's been so all over the place, right? I mean,
Yep.
there's been some times they've actually looked really good.
Hmm.
They went to North Carolina State and won by 20, what was it, 25?
Yeah, last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you're like, what? The road win at Pitt is good. I mean, that's not an easy place to go play. I saw part of that game. But you just throw your hands up and you said, how in the world how do you go from that to this? And that just is, it just is and their strength of record, partly because of that, is just, it would be very, very high. When their results-based metrics have them someplace significantly out of the field, and that their average loss is 133. That's
Yeah, I think even at this point, the Clemson fans have to realize they cannot be taken seriously.
well, and then I said, you add into this that the caveat on top of all of it is then their non-conference strength of schedule.
Right.
I mean, if when you're along that cut line and you're just looking for any reason and you go 335, I mean, that's darn near about as bad as you can get.
Yep, almost.
So I think, if all other things considered, if they played a good non-conference schedule and had a couple more wins, but it's just that it's a hard sell.
Yeah, that non-conference is very similar to what NC State was when they were top 35 and got left out. And Clemson didn't top 35.
Yeah, I think the discussion has clearly showed Clemson just not going to happen unless they do some serious work in the ACC tournament.
So I'm taking them off the list.
So let's go to Charleston now.
Yes.
I think they deserve a fair evaluation. Take it away, Kerry.
Oh, me. I was going to say lead the way. No, I think certainly the case for Charleston is just the sheer volume of wins, right? 27-3, 28 if you count the one that the NCAA does not count. Lost their only really marquee opportunity. That was a close game, though. I think it was 101-86 against UNC. Like, it was closer than the final score. And then they just had a rough patch against Hofstra, and I forget what their other Q3 losses. But yeah,
Drexel.
but like, I mean, aside from Oral Roberts, nobody in the country went undefeated in league play, and no matter what loss Charleston took, it was going to look like a bad loss. Like, it, I don't know. I would have them in my first 4 out right now if I didn't have them as my auto bid. I know that you guys have Hofstra because of their seed or net or whatever. I do it's just based on predictives.
I've got Charleston.
So one thing I'd like to say about Charleston, back to the Hunter Couture thing again, Virginia Tech started the season 11-1 with their only loss being to Charleston. And that game was on Charleston's home floor, but it was also in an exempt tournament. So lots of fans from other schools as well. It wasn't only Charleston fans that were there at the time. So I think there's a little bit more to be said for the quality of that victory than it's going to look like on just a quad split.
Now, I didn't, because of the tournament and the time and everything else, I didn't see much of the Kent State game. I've had Kent State people tell me that Kent State basically was in control of that game most of the game, and they rallied late. So I don't know if that's true or not, but we talked earlier about Kent State being one of those teams nobody would want to see potentially either as a 12. So yeah.
And I would say we just looked at Oral Roberts. I mean, they had 17 Q4s. Charleston had 16, but the big difference is they've got 2 top 75 wins. That would be the one thing that jump out at me on there. Plus, they have a better record, so to speak. Metrics slightly better. I'd be more inclined to have them ahead of Oral Roberts and have all season. They've been on my fringe all year long. It was just disappointing that Drexel loss kind of like the one that kind of derailed them a little bit.
Their 301 non-conference strength of schedule like stands out, but then you actually look at the schedule, like why is that 301? Like they beat Davidson, Colorado State, Virginia Tech, Kent State. It's because they played all those games at home. I get it. Their only true road games were Citadel and Presbyterian and what's the other, Coastal Carolina. Like those are all garbage games. But I feel like, you know, a lot of us are inclined to, if you see a non-conference strength of schedule starting with 3, like that's a huge ding, but I don't think their schedule was that bad.
Now, for,
Well,
the,
Yeah, and some of it
338
too-
overall, that's not good.
Yeah.
for the negatives in terms of Charleston, 25 of their 27 wins are against Q3 and Q4.
Right.
And
Yeah.
the two good wins, and their good wins both came at home. So
Right.
I feel like if those wins were on a neutral court, it would mean a little bit more. I just don't. I mean, if they're going to be in, they're going to be in just based on their win percentage, and that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But there's not enough on that resume for an argument to be made other than that.
Yeah, and to topple onto that, Brad, they had 12 wins, so almost half their wins came against plus 300 teams.
Right.
It's gonna be awesome when it comes down to Charleston versus Oklahoma State for the final spot in the field.
Yeah, I would really hope they would win their tournament. That's all I got to say.
And I think for me, one of the things that stands out with Charleston in comparison to like past teams like Belmont, when you had Belmont, they did have a nice strength of record. And I think that one metric, I think, really helped out their argument a lot. Strength of record isn't so kind to Charleston, especially if they have to take one more loss on the way.
Well, and just put another point on it, you know, because now granted the oddity of the thing, they only played Hofstra once, but you know, the fact that they didn't win their outright league either is, you know, there is something to be said for, we won our outright league title and we didn't have that either. So they don't have that little extra, not that it would be the end all be all, but sometimes it's one extra little chit, you know, they would have to play and they don't really have it.
And the one game they played against Hofstra was at home and they lost.
Mhm.
Right. So I
just
I
have a
hope
hard
Charleston
time.
gets in because I think it'd be fun, be great to have them in. But I think
Yeah.
I think it's given what else we have along the cut line, climbing over all of that's going to be difficult.
Yes.
I just cannot believe the committee would put in a team at 338 strength of schedule. I just, you know, no matter how many wins they've accumulated.
Well, then I guess the last one to really dive into briefly before we vote would be Villanova. You know, I mean, we talked about it a little bit. Anybody else want to, Carrie, give us your take on Villanova?
It's purely an eye test thing, right? Resume wise, they're nowhere near up to snuff. Resume metrics, there's 74. Every other team we're looking at here is top 60. They're the lowest net team. I guess they're neck and neck with Wisconsin, but you know, you just watch them since Justin Moore's back. And even, you know, Tim mentioned they lost those first 3 games, but I think they were up on Creighton with 30 seconds left. They were up on Providence with 5 minutes left. Like they were right there in all 3 of those games, even with him being rusty. Their only somewhat blowout loss was to Providence since they've been at full strength. I think if they beat Connecticut tonight, they're going to be an interesting conversation. If Notre Dame almost got in a few years ago with the Bonzi Colson situation, I think Villanova has to at least be on the board.
Yep. Well, put it this way, I can imagine that chatter will get louder if they win this weekend and then they win their first couple of games at the Big East tournament.
Yeah.
Yep.
Particularly if they do so in somewhat convincing fashion and who it is.
Yeah, if they don't beat Connecticut tonight, it's over. I mean, I said heading into this 4-game stretch against Xavier, Creighton, Seton Hall, and Connecticut, like they're not worth debating yet, but if they win all four, they're going to get really interesting really fast. And 3 for 3 so far. We'll see what happens tonight.
Yeah, I think tonight would be the ultimate test for them. You know, they're not particularly big, and they've got to face two twin towers at UConn. You know,
Yeah.
plus some really athletic, big size guys at the 4. That's going to be a real problem for them. And the different thing with Villanova, say against UConn, say versus Creighton and Xavier, UConn's okay to play a rock fight with them, and that's kind of what Villanova wants to do. So, you know, we'll see. I mean, if they can, you know, win that game and win it impressively, then yeah, I think you got to. Again, though, they still got work to do.
Yeah, they're not there yet for me. But obviously, if you look ahead, who they could potentially play, what they could potentially do, they can get there. But at this current moment, they're not there yet.
Right. Yeah, I would definitely, among these teams, I think I would have them at best 9th, and it's between them and Clemson for me at this current moment. But I thought we should at least have them on the board for when we meet again tomorrow morning. See what happens.
Seton Hall is up 15 on Providence. Wow.
Yeah, that Providence team is not very good.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen this dance before, though. Providence come out the second half and just
They'll
blows
come
it.
back. They'll come back. It'll be close.
Is that
As a watched too many basketball games to decide that it's games that I gave up on, put the DVR on, figure, well, I'll check the score in the morning, and if they come back, I'll watch it. And then, wait, they did come back.
Iowa State really turning the tables, up 12 at Baylor.
yeah,
3 minutes left in the first half.
trying to get that 3 seed back?
Or at least end the free fall, right? It's
Right.
Yeah.
that's called a stabilizer, is what that is.
Asheville is losing. It's only 3, but still.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Sometimes on these last games, you know, we were talking about Alabama, and same kind of thing with Baylor. You know, not an incredibly amount play for it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Iowa State's got everything to kind of turn the tables and turn it around. You know.
Did
I
we vote?
know. What was that, Shelby?
Are we voting now? Or
Yeah, I don't even know what we're doing.
Oh, we're
I think-
discussing the team. So if we're done with discussion, we certainly can do the pick. We're gonna rank 6 out of this group, correct?
Yes.
And these will be our last 2 in and first 2 out, correct?
Or first 4 out. Yep.
or
First two. We still got 2 spots to fill yet.
Yeah, we still
Right. So the
45
top
and
the top
46.
2 teams that we vote are going to go in, and then
Yep.
Yes.
the remaining 4 would be in that first 4 out group.
Right. So we could get a, if we can, yeah. So Graham, if we can get a total ranking here, that'd be great of the all 6. So.
Okay.
All right. Voting's open.
While we're figuring out our votes, somebody asked, do you think the committee will ever reveal more than just the top 16 moving forward?
no.
I want to know if there will be more than just one, because I think for the women's side, they do like 3. Granted, that's ESPN versus CBS, but I think it'll stay at 16. They would never do a full thing.
No.
They're not going to give that many teams a heads up of where they think they might be.
Right.
Plus,
I
it just
think-
opens up way too much conjecture about what's going to happen the last week.
I could see
That's-
them maybe doing a 25 just because it's the AP 25. I don't think they'll ever do like the entire at-large field or anything like that.
No. I'll be back.
Hey, after we get this vote done, I'm gonna go grab a quick bite for.
Yep. We will take a break after this, about a 10-15 minute break.
Sweet.
You can take a little longer if you want. When everybody comes back, we can have some discussion on, kind of get updated on the scores
Mhm.
and have some discussion on, we can begin looking at some of these AQs that we have at our AQs right now.
We're just ranking 6 of these, correct?
Correct.
Aces.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh, man.
Hmm.
19-point lead for Seton Hall.
Holy shnikes.
Oh, they just missed one at the buzzer too. They could have gone up 21.
Hey, this could pull them into be a Q2 loss for Rutgers. They're 85 in the net.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
get a
so
big
it's-
margin of victory. They might jump to 48 and be back in contention.
That's
You
true.
never know.
I mean, I fully expect Providence to come back here, but man, when you're down 20, that's, and the other thing, that's 2 games in a row. They've gotten down big on their home floor.
That's if you're a coach, that's got to be a little concerned. Like, what the heck happened to us? Reminds me, of course, we had that discussion with Illinois yesterday. It seems like recently that's been a recurring theme. They just have not gotten off to good starts in games. And I think that's part of the reason they've struggled so much on the road. At home, they've been able to come back in a few of those. But man, you can't go on the road and get down 16-5 all the time. I mean, that's just a tough spot to be in.
If you fully expect Providence to come back, that's plus 575 on the money line right now. Just saying. Also, Alabama's plus 420 on the money line. That's how bad it's going in A&M.
Well, put it this way. Alabama has 17 points with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
1 for 16 from 3. And that's, that
Jeez.
has been an Achilles heel or something, right? They just keep firing away.
Well, Seton Hall is going to be kicking themselves. They lost a close one to Providence at home, close one to Villanova on the road, close one to Xavier on the road. I mean, that could have just close one to Villanova at home. I mean, that could have flipped their whole resume around if they
Well,
win.
and Tim, you know better than us, but that a couple early games that go wrong and you knock out a couple of teams in that Big East tournament, all of a sudden gets real interesting.
Yeah. Now I wonder, it's such a minor thing, but Richmond was out for a few games too. And I mean, he's there. Without him, they're really not very good.
He's out today.
He's still out today.
Still
Oh,
out,
geez.
yeah.
Wow, that's shocking then.
Yep.
That's totally shocking. Now he's not he gets abused kind of a little bit at the point because he's big. He's not really quick. He's just bigger than most of the other point guards. And frankly, I don't think he takes enough shots, but yeah, wow.
Yeah. Here's the other thing too, you come down to this, these last couple of teams, right? And you hear people ask about this, and I don't think it ever comes up, and if it did, they wouldn't mention it. But what does somebody feel like? If you're coming down to a team like a Penn State, right? He's right down here along the cut line, and you're talking about a player like Javon Pickett.
Yep.
Does that? Because that guy can just. Believe it, Illinois has seen it twice. He went off for 41 in that game. In Happy Valley.
And Brad, just think if they wouldn't have blown that game against Rutgers where they had that in hand.
I know. Yeah, if they hold on to that game and they finish off with Maryland at home, a team that doesn't beat anybody good on the road.
Well, here's the thing. I don't gamble, but the way Maryland plays on the road, I will be surprised if Penn State doesn't win today.
Yeah.
I agree with you. 100%.
And so, and you know, so then this is where, so then here's where you end up with a team like, you know, with Penn State. I mean, now you add Maryland, which is going to be another quad one, probably in the lower part because it's at home. But you know, now you're looking at a team that's 5-6 against quad one.
I would personally absolutely have Penn State ahead of NC State if the Nittany Lions win today.
It's tomorrow. They play tomorrow.
Tomorrow, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think after all of these results, like the Arizona State result, and there's a lot of results that are going to happen that, yes, I would agree. Penn State wins, and they're very likely on the right side of the bubble for me too.
Yeah, it's just really close.
So I would guess we're going to end up with North Carolina and Penn State somewhere, both in the first 4 out range. If they both win, UNC beats Duke, Penn State beats Maryland. Who do we like more?
And that's just for everybody listening and just for the committee too. So that's kind of the first thing we'll do tomorrow morning is we will go through and get the, you know, go down the list here and say, okay, this result happened after we adjourned. Make any difference? And we'll kind of go down the list that way, kind of do a mini quick scrub of just because of the games. And then we'll come back and do a final scrub later as well. But that will be kind of what we'll do just to kind of, because there are so many games that can be, you know, factors here.
Yeah.
Especially when it's this close. I mean,
Yeah, because so many of these resumes are so similar.
yeah, right. We've had a lot of close votes here coming down the stretch.
You know, so any
Wow.
of these last 4 to 5 in and our first 3 to 4 out, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, Utah State gets Boise State. I mean, there's just a lot of potential games around here that, if depending on how the results go, it's either going to stay about the same or one or two of them might flip a spot.
Just if you're just joining us too, just want to mention, so we have 42 teams seated right now. 44 teams seated right now. We have the following are in those seed lists. The following are what we have deemed right now automatic bids. In other words, they are going to be the number 1 seed in their conference tournament. And that's Alabama, Kansas, Houston, Purdue, UCLA, Marquette, St. Mary's, San Diego State, FAU, and Pitt. Now Pitt's just leading the conference. Same with FAU. So those are where we're sitting with our automatic bids right now. So that's 10. You pick 36 at-larges. We have 10 automatics in there. So that gives a total of 46. So that's the line where we have the cutoff at.
And Graham put in the chat, we've got our 6. Utah State is not even in our first 4 out.
All right, Graham, are you ready?
Yep. They are Wisconsin, Charleston, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, Penn State, and North Carolina.
So after our discussion, we voted Charleston in, huh?
In the
Yeah.
field?
Yeah,
They're our last at-large team.
if necessary.
Okay, I'm sorry. So that I got those 2, but who is our next 4 out?
Arizona State.
Arizona State.
Arizona State's the first out, followed by Oklahoma State, Penn State, and North Carolina.
Okay. Excellent work, gentlemen. And we'll just, for fun, put these other teams here that there are other teams we know how they always do, other teams they considered. So, and look, we got a couple on here that's still not maybe this weekend, but certainly the next weekend still have a chance.
So who were the last 4 in? Sorry about that.
The last 4 going to Dayton are Nevada, NC State, Wisconsin, and Charleston.
Ho ho!
I knew they'd get a rise.
So the first 4 out are Arizona State, Oklahoma State, Penn State, and North Carolina.
That's crazy. How did Wisconsin get put in? I guess was there a good discussion there or just from last night's discussion?
I think basically last night, I mean, they were,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
of the
Talked
teams
it a
we
lot.
had left to vote on at the end, they were clearly the best, you know.
Okay.
I
But
would
again,
not,
a lot of that assumes that Wisconsin does not fall to, between this week and next weekend when we reconvene to finalize, it's assuming they don't lose to Minnesota once.
Right.
Or quite frankly, with where Wisconsin is at 3 over 500, they need to win both of those and probably one more before they're going to feel like, okay. Because the only thing you do is beat Minnesota twice between now and then. You could get past real easy because Arizona State plays USC, Penn State plays Maryland,
Yeah.
North Carolina plays Duke, Oklahoma State's got Texas Tech in the Big 12. So Wisconsin and Charleston are the two, probably rightly so, that are sitting there right now. Just there's only so much they can do at this point.
Yeah.
They could easily get past even if they win, 2 more games. Because beating Minnesota twice isn't going to help Minnesota's profile other than just take them further away from the Mendoza line.
Yeah, I think that's important based on, that whole removing quad 4 outlook. At least probably to a few of the members.
I
I'm
think
trying to
it
see how
gives-
many seniors are on Minnesota. Looks like none. Oh, Terry Samuels is the only senior and he doesn't even play. So
Garcia's
much
not a senior. He's been playing for like 15 years.
he's a sophomore.
How many COVID? Gee whiz.
No,
He
he's
was at
played for
Marquette
Marquette.
like 4 years ago.
No, I played for Marquette in 21, North Carolina in 22, and now Minnesota in 23. But he's
Oh God, seems like he's been around. Maybe
still
because
counted as a sophomore.
I guess maybe because I watched his recruitment a lot. Maybe that's adding on some years.
Probably.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, since we're at a breaking point here, I'm gonna go get a
Yeah,
quick.
we're gonna take
couple things, and
we'll
then
take 10, 15 minutes break. Everybody go get something, and we'll be back to Rocco. We're gonna need you. We're gonna start going down a little further here on
Okay.
some of these mid majors and potential seedless teams. So thanks everybody. Hang on, we'll be back in a little bit. Hey, we took a little break there. Thanks for joining us back here on the 2023 mock selection show sponsored by Godfather's Pizza. If you were with us, we had put the put the last two teams in the field. However, we had a little bit of a snafu with the voting and the tabulation, so we have pulled everybody out of that field. We put them back into 10. The 10 teams that we had initially that you see on the screen right now, and we are going to, as a committee, pick 4 of those. The top 4 that are picked will go into a vote, and then we will rank those 4. So the top 2 of those would get in the field, the other 2 would be in the first 4 out, and then we will hence of the 6 teams left, we'll do another ranking of those 6 and come up with a rest of a list. So that's where we are right now. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to pick 4 teams of this list of 10: Wisconsin, Charleston, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, Penn State, North Carolina, Clemson, Michigan, Utah State, and Villanova.
Just throw them in there alphabetically.
That would be awesome. Be much easier for Graham.
It's my pleasure.
You are the best.
Rocco, you have to submit them in order of how many wins they have in various states.
Oh, well, Charleston would be screwed then. Actually, no, they wouldn't. They go to a lot of states in that league.
That
In
was just-
non-conference, they didn't go anywhere.
That had to have been my favorite randoms. I don't even remember who we were talking about. You're like, they have 6 wins, road wins in other states. Good
Yeah,
God.
San Diego State.
My brain's too old to remember that kind of data without looking at it.
It really, I think in the Mountain West is so unique because those different states have totally different altitude levels, environments. And so that was my larger point. I wasn't trying to, I'm sure other teams like Big Ten, you go to a lot of states. I'm sure they have a lot of road wins in other states for the good teams, but I just think the Mountain West travel is insane and it's a really tough league to navigate.
Pac-12 has the same thing when you get that Utah, Colorado
Yeah.
Thursday, Saturday.
That's the toughest swing. Yeah, probably in the country.
Rocco, as I'm falling asleep last night, I'm getting on my phone going, damn, I can't believe Kansas is closer to New York than Vegas, and I'm mapping out a route because I've driven to Vegas before, and we're a little bit north of there, but not that far. So relative, and
Yeah.
I'm thinking, God, I'd much rather drive to Vegas than all the way to New York. And I know the mile. I know you're right. I just in my brain, I couldn't figure out oh my God, just seems like that'd be
27
so
miles.
much closer to them.
Yeah. Probably get more traffic on the way to New York. So it's probably faster with traffic to Vegas, but
Because I could get here to maybe
I
edge
figure
of
nowadays
Ohio
people are
one day,
flying
and then it'd
now.
be a whole other day's drive. With Vegas, I could get all the way to Denver, well, way past Denver. I could get to Grand Junction in one day, and then it would only be about a 6-hour drive from there. Now
That's
you're going through mountains, so depending on the time of year.
Iowa State's back up 15.
Whoa.
Well, that was a quick turn of events in both directions.
Yep. Furman's up 15.
By the way, so our fine sponsor, and we appreciate so much, is Godfather's Pizza. I just scarfed down some more, and it was just as good as the time. Go to godfatherspizza.com, check it out. For a great menu, find a location in your area. Just to let you know, as we get these last votes tabulated, then we'll have one more vote, and then we're going to dig into some of the form you have asked questions about it. We're going to kind of do not a firm seed, but at least a grouping of teams in the 12 through 16 range. So we have those kind of set up for tomorrow morning. Again, tomorrow morning, the first thing we'll be doing is going through and checking off all the results from overnight last night, doing a mini scrub, how is this going to affect the field, if any at all. And then we're going to go back to firming up the 12 through 16 seeds, maybe take a quick look at the bubble again, make sure we've got that right, and then go down through a full scrub. And that should bring us to about 2:00 Eastern, something like that. Dave Warlock will join us at that point. We'll do the bracketing, which generally only takes half hour. And I'm sure we'll have questions for Dave though. And then we will adjourn that session. We'll kind of get our pretty bracket all set up and come back and join you at 6 Eastern for our selection show. Formal attire is certainly encouraged.
I'll get my bow tie.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna go bow tie this year, Kerry? Ooh,
Hell yeah.
strong look. I did the Steve Lavin quarter zip with a suit coat on. So
Maybe I'll Steve Lavin slick my hair back.
what's going on? What's going on there, Rocco?
It's a disaster, and he's got a ridiculous contract that they can't get rid of him this year. Yeah, I mean, he pretty much pulled a fast one on the AD. Yeah, it's a retirement job for him, and I don't know. We're live on the air, so I got to be careful. But
Yeah.
it's not good.
I hear
Let's
you.
just put it that there was some staff changes and decisions that were questionable. There's, it bugs me because I lived there for 4 years and I was one of the only people that went to those games. And they were decent back then. They finished third one year when I lived
Yeah,
there.
I remember back then. They were.
Yeah, so it's a fun program. I want them to be good all the time. And there's so much money in the league now. So I don't know. We'll see what he does in the off season, but I really don't have much hope after what happened here in the first year.
Hey, we have a question in the chat while we wait for votes, unless Graham has them, I don't know. But how often when doing a scrub do you think teams flip-flop spots? I mean, I think for us it happens more since we're still getting so many results in that
Yeah.
our regular season.
I think a lot of that again gets back to the alpha in the room, in the selection room. Like, if there's one guy that had a strong opinion and he's a strong personality and his team didn't get voted in the way he thought it should, and then he comes to the scrub and the only, we had ours last year, of course. The only other one I was affiliated with where it was a big room was in that mock selection. And I remember there was a couple teams we just said, well, we need to take another, how did we end up with that vote? It seems odd, and we kind of dug deeper and did do a little bit of flipping. But I think, I would think, the other thing too, and I think this is maybe something that should be said because all the little things that go on in the committee, they have subcommittees as well. Like there's a subcommittee for the top 4 lines. There's a subcommittee for the bubble. There's a subcommittee for the AQ, the 12 through 6. So those guys come back with reports and say, here's what we generally think, so on and so forth after, they vote. So there's a lot that goes on.
Do you think
and-
when they're doing scrubbing, I know we certainly do it. If we're comparing 10 versus 11, we might be like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's flip them. But if it's 8 versus 9, you got to really, really think about, the changing a seed for a scrub.
And I think that's what we did last year too. We said, when we were 10, 11, we're like, it's not going to change
Right.
a seed. Let's move on, for the, just for the issue of time. But yeah, I think, I would think they would, especially if it, the other thing too, to keep in when you're moving teams around in that top 16, you're also potentially moving teams around in sites.
Right.
Yeah, because of balancing the regions. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think the first 16 is probably the most critical. Since all the other seed lines are quote seen the same. Yeah, spending an hour deciding between 22 and 23 may or may not be a huge deal. I'm not saying they wouldn't look at it, but
Yeah, they only may do that, let's say, and we've already talked about this. Well, we could throw Iowa State there too, Iowa State. Oh my God, if we move them to 23, or we move them from 23 to 22, now they get the choice over 23. Oh, they could go to Des Moines. There could be, issues like that,
Yeah, I think Iowa actually did get scrubbed onto the 5 line last year following the Big Ten tournament.
We have our 4.
Arizona State,
we
North
do.
Carolina, Penn State, Wisconsin.
Okay, so what's the order?
That's what we're deciding next.
Oh, okay, I got it.
So we have Arizona State,
Arizona State, North Carolina, Penn State, and Wisconsin.
So I've got them on the shared spreadsheet now. If we want to compare them head to head in any way, shape, or form, probably should. It's kind of an important vote.
One thing that I think kind of jumps off the page, just to start with, is you look at the net, the resume metrics, and the quality metrics. In North Carolina is in front of all three of those categories.
Mm-hmm. They also have by far the worst Q1 record. And as I believe others have pointed out, that one Q1 win over Virginia, I think they're 30. That could drop to 0-8. And again, we've spent a lot of time discussing, you don't really look at quadrant record that much, but it is also a tough pill to swallow. If they lose to Duke and they are then 0-9 against quad one, you better have a good argument.
I mean, to me, the thing with North Carolina is just there's schedule's great, nothing bad, but lost 8 times in a league that's not as strong as it has been. 7-9 away from home, and the Virginia win is really nice. Beat NC State at home. The Michigan win, but I think helps some on a neutral court. And then there are a couple of close losses. I mean, they lost Alabama in what was that, 4 overtimes?
Yeah.
Lost a neutral court to Iowa State in a close game. And that a lot of these losses are close. I mean, at Pitt right at the end of that game. Right now they got 2 wins over the field, and both of those are at home. So again, we're looking at a resume here that's very similar to NC State, in my opinion. It's just got a stronger out of conference showing, beating Charleston and Michigan and Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Ohio State, when they played Ohio State was playing at a much higher level than they are right now. And of course, Zed Key, I don't think is with Ohio State anymore now. He's out for the year. So,
Right.
Hey,
Ohio State's won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Did they beat Michigan State? I know they're playing right now.
no, they're down by about 9 or 10.
their last 2. They won their last 2 games.
Yeah. That's what
Alabama is back within 2 by.
Furman's up 21.
I should have done the plus 420 on Alabama. Damn it.
Something that
Seton
jumps out
Hall up
for-
16 with 7 left.
So
I think
so
something
here's-
that-
UNC
Here's my-
Asheville up by 7.
So I'm curious to get everybody's quick thoughts on this before you vote. So let's just throw up Penn State and Wisconsin side by side.
Mhm.
Same conference. Not that really matters, but you're talking about 2 teams here who I think everybody kind of feels they're around the fringe somewhere.
I think something that, sorry.
If you're going to go head to head, obviously that's one of the times where Wisconsin won both of those games. They were close. Not that really comes in, but their resumes, other than their non-conference strength of schedule, have gotten a lot closer.
I think one thing that really shows up pretty significantly for me is, and it makes sense with the strength of schedule being 9th, but Wisconsin had 23 games against the first 2 quadrants, but only 3 of those were against teams outside of the net top 61. So, they're not adding up wins against like quadrant 2 at, net 125 or anything like that. They're playing a very tough schedule, even within those first 2 quadrants.
Certainly Wisconsin with the higher quality wins, no doubt about it.
Well, particularly out of conference, that's the thing. Penn State didn't play a very good non-conference schedule, and they didn't win either of their quote up games. If they've not even considered that now, but against Clemson and Virginia Tech. So that is a negative for them. On the flip side, they have 3 road wins in the league.
Yeah, for me, it's the
Nothing,
same.
and nothing really bad. I mean, they don't have like a bad loss. Neither one of them does. They have a lot of losses, but they don't have any bad ones.
Yeah, for me, it's the same. I think they're very close. It's just like Tim said, the high end win that Wisconsin has at Marquette is significantly better than the top end win for Penn State. And when you have 2 teams that are so close in profiles, that's one item that stands out for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if people saw the Wisconsin-Kansas game, but Wisconsin had Kansas dead to rights, and Kansas hit a buzzer beater. I mean, this is a lock if they win that game. Is it really fair to them that Kansas making an amazing play ends up costing them a tournament bid?
Yes.
That happens, but I mean, you could say the same thing with
Yes.
with Arizona State. If they don't make that shot at the buzzer, they're probably not included in this group right now. I mean, they're not.
They're
I
not.
mean,
Yeah.
Wisconsin's played 6 overtime games. They have like 8 others that were decided by 3 points or fewer. Like that's every freaking Badgers game.
And to be honest, that's probably why they're part of the reason their metric is where it is.
Yeah. Yep.
It's sort of artificially inflated high, not based on their results as much as just the fact that all their games are close. They don't get much of a margin of victory one way or the other.
Right. And they just barely lost that game to Kansas, but they had to survive a miracle against Dayton just to get into that game in the first place. So how chicken and the egg do we want to go here?
Yeah, that was the Northwestern Auburn of the battle for Atlantis.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Seton Hall's up 20 with under 6 minutes left, so they're gonna win.
We didn't get that comeback, did we?
Didn't happen. Surprising. But I think we're gonna have to, and I'm sure we'll do it, but we're gonna have to rethink where we have Providence right now. I mean, this is.
Oh, I see Rocco's tweet.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, Brad, Providence is just not very good. Again, I don't let facts get in the way of my argument.
Yeah. We should really at some point just throw Providence, NC State, and Auburn all up together and look at them.
Maybe
know
we
where-
ought to
I think a
expand,
big-
we ought to expand the 2023 mock selection committee classic and maybe throw those, 4 teams to throw in there. And then,
Yeah. I think a
I'd
big
be
winner,
curious
at
to-
least in the interim, is Pittsburgh, because again, for me, Providence would fall below Pittsburgh now, just in terms
Mhm.
of Pittsburgh having way more evidence on the road, and Providence kind of, like I said on Twitter, falling down to NC State / Auburn territory here.
yeah, that's an excellent point, Rocco.
So it's good news for Pittsburgh, whether they know
one
it or
thing-
not.
now
One thing I'd
now,
be interested to
Providence
hear-
is ranked. Providence is ranked in the top
That's
25. So I mean,
So is Pittsburgh.
They've got to be a 6 or a 7 seed at the
Right.
right.
And this is the reason why I never pay attention to rankings.
Yeah.
100%.
Never.
Oh,
it's-
hell no.
That's just a joke.
It's fun for fans to talk about, and that's about it.
Well, it's also
And
good
it's-
for
and it's
like
good
Florida
for-
Atlantic. If they get ranked, that's huge for their program.
Yeah.
Right.
They get
Right.
an AP writer at every game. They get their games on the radio. It's actually a huge deal for those schools.
Yes.
One thing I'd be curious, sorry. I was just curious for the group, we were talking about the quality wins. Does anybody disagree that Arizona State and Wisconsin have the best wins of this group?
Yeah, like a little thing I do, one of the many things is break it down this way. So I'll rattle them off. These are 25, top 25, top 50, top 75. So Wisconsin is 2-4-8. Arizona State's 2-3-8. Penn State 0-5-7, and UNC is 0-2-6.
Yep.
So Arizona State and Wisconsin, as far as 25, 50, and 75, very close.
Right. And I'll say what I did. I'll say what I said the other night, which I completely get that and I understand it. And I have these two absolutely neck and neck. I can see it either way. Obviously Arizona's win or Arizona State's win at Arizona trumps anything that Penn State has and might be enough to carry them. But you know, Penn State right now would have 5 wins against the projected field. Arizona State would have 2.
And like
And
7
Arizona
losses
State
outside
has
of the field.
Arizona State has 6, so they have 2 wins against the field and 6 losses against teams not in the field.
Right.
I think it does get down to
State has 5
opportunity.
in,
there.
5 in,
Yeah,
and
I
I
was
think
gonna
5
say.
out. They're kind of an
I was
even.
gonna say, what's the opportunity though? Like I'm going 2-4. So Arizona State went 2-4 in opportunities.
And 3 of the losses are to likely 2 seeds, right?
Right.
Arizona and UCLA.
Wisconsin, you know, oof.
And you know,
Or,
Arizona.
I'm sorry,
State had a-
we're compared Penn State, right? Yeah, I'm sorry.
And Arizona State performed better in the non-conference than Penn State did. So, I mean, you know, that's part of that's just the overall schedule. And part of it is, you know, Penn State beat Furman and Colorado State and Butler. Arizona State beat Creighton, yes, you know, not at full strength, but also Michigan and VCU. So, yeah. I
There
mean,
were
those
6,
were-
I counted 6 and 7 for Penn State, their record. So they were almost 500 with chances against teams in the field.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the proverbial like killer cut line decision, right? I mean, these
Yeah.
2 teams are exactly what make the process down to the nitty gritty.
God, and they're just almost exactly if you Q1, Q2, yeah, it's all over. Yeah. Strength of schedule, very close. I mean,
Yeah, the non-conference strength of schedule, Arizona State's certainly superior. You know,
yeah, by 100 points, yeah.
and you know, I don't know, again, on the road thing, you know, Arizona
And
State has that loss
five.
at Texas Southern.
I always look at a team if they're like 6-8, 8-6, you know, in this area of the bracket, that's not bad, you know. They're winning almost half their road games. It's pretty good.
Penn and Princeton going to overtime.
Big one.
Alabama has come back to take a 3-point lead.
Yep.
You know, I will say this.
26.
They've been doing that every game.
I mean, if you're looking at the quadrants, I think Penn State is exactly even through the first 3, 12 and 12. And Arizona State's certainly done, you know, overall better on the road. But, you know, a couple of those wins are SMU, Oregon State, and Cal. So
This
We
is
ready
just an
to-
absolutely stunning result. Providence laying an egg like this. Jesus. On senior day. And they got a ton of seniors.
well, you know,
Ready to
they
rank
did
these
the
4?
same thing their last game. They were just able to come back and pull it out. But
Really
Oh,
gonna
they
see
actually
the
lost.
metrics.
They actually lost to Xavier.
Metrics are going to take a major hit for them.
I'm just checking to see. I don't think they can pass Nova, but
and we're tied.
yeah, I'd have to go back. Yeah, it'd have to come. It'll come down to a tiebreaker if Nova loses tonight between Seton Hall and
Villanova, who gets the right to play Georgetown.
Well, that could be a right and that could be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, like I know DePaul's 3-16, but I'd much rather play Georgetown, man. Yeah, we ready to vote?
I think so.
All right, let's do it. Rank those 4 teams: North Carolina, Arizona State, Penn State, Wisconsin.
Regardless of what order we land in, pretty clear. Duke, UNC, Arizona State, USC, and Penn State, Maryland, 3 of the biggest games this weekend.
Yep.
Could we all get on a plane and go to the Arizona State?
Arizona State probably has the toughest ask of that to go win at USC,
Mm-hmm.
who's also, still trying to. I mean, we have them in, but they're not like, hey, we got everything locked up. We don't care.
Let's all get on a plane and go to the USC Arizona State game.
I thought we were going to Arch Madness, but you guys were apparently joking about that.
Hey, I've been doing a lot of thinking on this, Kerry, for next year. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this. I've got some ideas. I know enough people still in the Valley office that they would like something like that.
I'm in.
I am definitely in.
We'd have to definitely get a substantial number of sponsors, of course, but
I'll call Guinness.
that's something the Valley could probably help us out with.
Yeah.
God, they're down by 30. Oh God.
I mean, this is one of those that just.
Baylor down by 17.
I mean,
Yep.
I think I'm probably more shocked by just Providence looking that bad today than I am Iowa State potentially winning at Baylor.
Well,
Hey,
it's been so crazy. Like they've been unbeatable at home, and now they've lost 2 in a row. Like it's just, and to lay an egg like this, it's just against a Seton Hall team that's pretty average.
Yeah.
Senior day does crazy things. Sometimes you show up on senior day, other times it gets to people.
But I do think one thing for our, people that are watching or will watch is important is, as goofy as it is, we all have to be careful to not do the overreaction one way or the other.
Absolutely. Yep.
It looks bad, but Providence's body of work is still their body of work. It doesn't help it, obviously, but
It dings it.
But you can't, after 32 games or whatever teams have played at this point, 30 games. Again, if you're right on the bubble, it's a much bigger deal than if you're not.
Coach Greg McDermott always says, you're going to throw up 3 or 4 stinkers in a year. You're going to play 3-4 great games in a year. In the middle is what you really are.
Yep. And you got to try to, and the good teams
Yep.
find a way to win 3 of those stinkers.
Yep.
Or at least 2 of them. They somehow find a way to grind it out.
Asheville is up 3 with 7 seconds left.
Let me know when you want me to regurgitate my Virginia Iowa State conversation from last night after this win over Baylor, though.
Just waiting
Wanna
for
ta-
one ballot, by the way.
I got it.
Rocco?
Yeah, sorry. Usual suspects here. That's why. Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, and I think since we have just a little bit of time this afternoon, Kerry, that might be, when we get these early results, we can go back and kind of take a look at some of that.
I was just
There you go,
talking
Graham.
about
Sorry about
not
that.
overreacting too much to late
Oh,
season
yeah.
results. Just
Right,
what I was
right.
saying about Iowa State last night. And somebody on Twitter was yelling at me. They're like, "How can you have Iowa State still as a 6 seed?" I'm like, "I have them as a 5 seed."
All right, we have our order. It is Arizona State, Wisconsin, and then on the wrong side, in order, Penn State, North Carolina.
Excellent. We now have 6 teams left. Do we want to just rank these 6 and call it?
Yeah.
And so we show up those 6 just to be sure that I got them. I think it's Utah State, Michigan, Oklahoma State, Utah State, Michigan, Charleston,
Clemson
Villanova.
and Villanova.
and Clemson and Villanova. Okay.
Do we need any discussion?
I don't think so. I think we,
Okay.
I don't say beat a dead horse, but we're coming close.
Hmm.
I do think we haven't said a whole lot about Utah State. I don't know if it's just because nobody has any clue
We went,
what to do
was
with
that-
them.
We talked about him last night a lot.
Yeah, last night we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I meant
You're drunk.
today.
Oh, today.
Listen, but I'm surprised that they were, at least initially, not in our first 4 out.
Again, another team that has a pretty big game tonight.
Oh yeah.
Brandon Miller just fouled a 3-point shooter, so Texas A&M's up 2 with 3 shots.
Point.
There's still a couple minutes left.
I guess I'll switch to that since this Baylor game's over.
Well,
Oh,
Ohio
thank
State
God.
got it back within 5 with 50 seconds to go. So this is what's goofy, right? Teams can go along and hit these real skids for a little while and just not find it, and then something click, and all of a sudden they start playing better. And you just never want to be the team that plays them the first game they start playing better again, because everybody's like, "What happened to you? How did you lose to them? They were horrible 5 minutes ago."
Rocco, that's a perfect example of BYU and Creighton this year. BYU had played terrible. And I'm sitting there the first half going, what the hell? This team looks great to me.
Yeah. It's how seasons go, it's human nature. Can't be perfect every night. And if you're talented, you're not going to play like crap every night. Ideally.
Point game.
Asheville won by 4.
So they stay where they are.
Woo.
Was that a semifinal or quarterfinal?
Sending.
Thought so. Southern Miss.
Yeah, and then the other
Alabama
the other
are tied.
semifinals, the 6 versus the 7, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Radford's the 3.
Well, in the Sun Belt, Southern Miss and South Alabama are tied at 47, 8.5 to go.
Fun
Mhm.
fact on the Sun Belt. This could be the 3rd straight year that the number 1 seed lost in the quarterfinals of the Sun Belt tournament.
Taking over Arch Madness.
South Alabama is actually the hottest team in the league, so that's a super dangerous 8 seed. They beat Southern Miss by 30 plus just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Brandon Miller just fouled out.
Oh. I bet he'd still get back in that game. Too soon.
I know everybody already thinks I'm weird, but these are the types of things I think of. What is the perspiration level per coach? There can't be a higher one than Auburn versus Texas A&M, can there be?
That's a pretty high one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
Sean
a lot of-
Miller's pretty
that's a,
sweaty.
Yeah, Sean's up there.
They need a lot of Gatorades to replenish that.
I think Pat Kelsey's gonna be sweating all weekend.
Hey, while this gets tabulated, I got to go do something here real quick. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Just waiting on 2 more.
Did I get you on this one, Graham, or is it different?
This is a different one. This is the one with the Utah State one.
Oh,
With
got it.
that list of teams.
We're ranking 6 there, Rocco.
You need mine too. So this is,
Ranking 6 of
There we go.
Charleston,
got it.
Charleston, Clemson, Michigan, Oklahoma State, Utah State, Villanova.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I had a glitch on my website. I'm trying to clean it up real quick. So thanks for reminding me.
4-point game. A&M's got the ball. 1.5 to go.
Yep. And no Brandon Miller, so this is over.
Yeah,
Wow.
A&M tried some interesting defense today, just basically saying, if we stop Brandon Miller, can anybody else do anything? And the answer seems to be no.
Yeah. It's like the approach against Purdue these days, right?
All right, should be good.
At least
Ooh, I don't think that hit the rim, did it?
at least we're 68 seconds away from
Oh,
an
that
easy
was that.
initial scrub.
That was shot clock too, wasn't it? Wow, it's a big call right here.
Nope, didn't hit the rim.
It was this right here. Did it hit on the? Nope, didn't look like it. Oh, did the ball? I'd like to see the backboard angle behind the basket. Here we go. No, I don't think so. Didn't hit it on the way down. I think that's shot clock.
Anything in the chat here? Yeah, how do you guys fare filling out brackets as opposed to?
Horrible.
Generally terrible.
Yep.
About once every 4 years, I'm in the running, but those other 3 are awful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of an animal. I'll sign up for like 15 or more, and then all 15 I'll do different combinations. So that way I have
come
like
on.
3 or 4 of them at the
Yeah,
end.
that's all right.
I'll stick with the
I'm
one.
okay with that.
I just
One-
just hope I hit one of the bigger money ones.
The best bracket I ever did was a stat bracket. It was average margin of victory times conference RPI. That's how far back that was. But it was in 2008. And that had Davidson in the Elite Eight. I had all 4 of the Final Fours. I had Kansas over Memphis winning it all. Like it was pretty wild. And in the last 15 years, I've been terrible.
That's all she wrote, huh?
So the order of the teams came in. Utah State tops the group, followed by Michigan, Oklahoma State, Charleston, Clemson, and rounding it out, Villanova.
Utah State and then Oklahoma State.
Utah State, Michigan, Oklahoma State.
Whoops. Okay.
So our first 4 out are Penn State, North Carolina, Utah State, Michigan.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
All right. Excellent job. So let me share my screen for a sec here.
I'll stop sharing. Although I'm sure you have the power to override anyway.
I have tremendous powers. All right, just for people, just maybe popping in, maybe been on for a while, haven't seen. So if you look over on the left-hand side here where those yellow teams in yellow are, those are the teams we've got in the field seated as with the numbers beside them. So starting with Alabama, Kansas, and on the way down. So you can take a look at where your favorite team may lie. Again, we're going to go through a full scrub with these tomorrow. We're going to do some intermediate scrubs here in a little bit as well. So we've got these teams all seated all the way through number 46. Everyone else below that will be an automatic qualifier of winning their conference tournament. Obviously, most of the tournaments haven't been played, so we're going to go with the top seed in said conference or the conference leader as is. Okay, so let me move some teams over here and we did a little bit earlier. All right. So let's just kind of get a generalized grouping here of like starting at the 12 line. Obviously, some teams we talked a lot about. Couple come to mind: Oral Roberts,
Mhm.
Sam Houston State, VCU. I would say, another candidate would be the winner of that MVC if it's Bradley or Drake.
If we
Anyone
we
else in
say-
there, Rocco?
Yeah, I mean, my top would be Oral, Sam, VCU, Bradley, Southern Miss, Hofstra, Toledo, Yale, Iona. I think those are the top 9. And then maybe you could throw in Furman and UC Irvine. Colgate, if you're super, if you get a little tickle on you. And if Kennesaw State beats Liberty today, obviously that's another great win for them.
That's what I was gonna say. What, like, if Liberty is the ASUN team, like they're pretty clearly a 12, but we're
Well, by the
projecting
metrics
Kennesaw
they
State.
are. By the metrics they are, but that's why I have an issue with them because I think their resume is not great.
Yeah,
They demolition derby a lot of teams. They're built to destroy. But in their 5 hardest games, they're 1-4. And they played Bradley without Rink Most, their big man, who's a beast. And they beat him in a rock fight, 55-44. So Bradley still was able to take away what Liberty likes to do. Just didn't have the firepower to beat him. And that's the only win Liberty has in the top 2 quads. The resume metric is 77 in strength of record.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is where I have huge questions to the committee on how close they look at these guys. Because the year they gave Iona, what was it? Iona got a 16 or a 15. It didn't. Yeah, there's a lot of those where they just don't make sense to me.
yeah.
Are you
There was
talking about
one
when
last year,
Iona
too.
was 15 versus Alabama?
Yeah, I thought they were clearly a 16. I think Patino got a little love to get a 15 there.
A&M wins. Official.
Yay, team.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was, Rocco. There was somebody else that I was looking at for that one. That one surprised me. I can't remember who this.
Last year, a big one was Longwood getting a 14. I still have no idea how Longwood got a 14. I thought they were 15 or 16.
I'm with you on that one. I remember that one.
That
There's
blew my
rarely
mind.
my 2 seed lines off on those bottoms,
Yeah.
and I was 2 seed lines off there. That just screws you on the bracket matrix on the payment scale points. I mean, when
Yeah.
you lose, 3 points there, that's a killer. It dropped you. It used to drop you like 1 spot, but now that there's 9 million people, it drops you like 40 spots. It's like
Not
Hey,
only are
Jerry,
there
can
9
you-
million people, but go ahead.
what's that?
I was gonna say, not only are there 9 million people, but like used to be a 330 was a strong score. You know, you need a
Oh, yeah.
360 to be top
Mm.
third.
330, you're just horrible now.
Yeah.
This is like, Carrie, can you pull these AQ teams up on your sheet? Or do you not
Yeah.
have it? Okay.
I've got most of them.
All right, I'll stop sharing here. If we want to pull up, say, VCU, Oral Roberts, Sam Houston, Liberty. I think we should add Charleston and Hofstra in there, and then Bradley and Drake, kind of just to kind of get a sense of, what these teams look like, what these resumes look like. Rocco's got a pretty good handle on it, but I think it'd be visually pretty good to just take a look at that real quick. We won't. We'll try and get done here in another couple hours, so we're
Hey,
gonna get
Tim,
out
just
early.
real quick, because I had to step away for a second.
Yeah.
How did that final vote go for our last two teams that were in that first four out?
We're
Yeah,
great.
so the final, so we know who we have in the last two, right? You got those, right?
Yes, I got Arizona State, Wisconsin in, Penn State, North Carolina, the first two
Yep.
out.
And then it went Utah State, Michigan, Oklahoma State, Charleston, Clemson, and Villanova.
Got it.
All right, let me know who I'm missing here. I have them in X's, the ones we might be considering. I've got like 71 here that I'm looking through, so I probably missed one or two. Is there anybody we want to add to those lists? Do I have Kennesaw State even on here? No.
Let's see what you got.
Yeah, it's
Finally got my error fixed here.
Now, did Sam Houston State end up getting the 1 seed overall?
Yeah. Yeah. So in the formula, they edged out Utah Valley by 0.13. It was like the slimmest of margins. And the big reason is Sam Houston beat Utah and Oklahoma on the road, and Utah Valley beat Oregon and BYU on the road. So it's not like they were slouches, but they take the non-conference data.
That looks
into the
good,
conference
Kelly.
seedings
Carrie.
because they want to encourage
Okay.
teams to schedule hard. So even though Utah Valley clearly won the league standings wise, Sam Houston's getting the 1 seed. The other element of that is it's an unbalanced schedule. So the Texas teams are playing each other twice. The teams out west are playing each other twice, but most of the time when they're playing each other, they just play once.
I'm sorry.
Utah Valley
Carrie.
and Sam Houston played twice. I think they split.
and I need VCU in here too.
Yeah, VCU and Utah Valley. Add those two as well.
South Alabama is up to 16.
That's
on some-
insane. It's gonna be really hard to get them off the number 1 overall after that performance.
Where's VCU?
Yeah, the interesting part about that is when they did play, now granted it was at Utah Valley, 16-point difference.
Yeah, they didn't play well in Orem. All right, so Graham, you need those 6 in order. We did that. Are you waiting on something, Graham? I always feel like I'm
Nope.
behind.
No, we're reviewing these, Rocco.
Okay, so let's
just
go
for-
through them.
For like 12s, 13s, so forth.
Yeah, so I think Oral Roberts is probably the best place to start. They've had a flawless year. All 4 losses are in quad 1A, and then they've played 23 kind of low, pretty low teams. Out of the 23 wins, only 6 of them register in the top 3 quads. But they're 6-0 in those games. The most significant road wins were all in the league, which are South Dakota State on the last day of the year. Really good game. They won by 4. But they've pretty much turboed almost everybody in the league. Winning at St. Thomas comes in as a quad 3. Winning at North Dakota State comes in as a quad 3. So those are their 3 road wins that are above quad 4. But you're really putting them on a higher seed because they've been so dominant. 18-0 in the Summit League with a chance to go 21-0 if they win the tournament. So obviously in a really good seed position if they can win the auto bid. We'll transfer them to an at-large conversation if necessary down the road. I guess the next team I would introduce now is actually Sam Houston. And I think them and Drake are probably neck and neck. Drake, so Sam Houston first. Road wins in quad 1 at Utah, at Oklahoma. Road win in quad 2 at Stephen F. Austin. And 5 more in quad 3 at Tarleton, at Utah Tech, at New Mexico State before they fell apart, at Texas State, and at Abilene Christian. So a lot of road damage for Sam Houston. They have a bunch of other home wins mixed in. Above quad 4, Sam Houston registers with an 11-5 record. Very, very good, in my opinion. You look at Drake, yesterday they beat Murray State on a neutral. I think that barely squeezes into quad 3. I might be wrong. But they have the road win at Belmont in quad 2. They have a neutral court win in Lincoln, Nebraska against Mississippi State, who we have in the field. So that gives Drake something unique that these other teams, most of these teams don't have, a win against the board. They also back that up with road wins at Northern Iowa and another road win at Murray State that are above the quad 4 level. And again, I'm just looking at road wins to kind of single them out. But overall, Drake's got the most wins out of any of these teams above quad 4, and that's 13. So if Drake ends up winning the bid, they're in a really good spot from my perspective. So I'll stop with those 3, but those are probably the top 3 on the list for me.
They also,
I didn't count
I don't know if
Charleston.
you mentioned
Sorry,
this, but they split. They
Charleston.
split with Bradley too.
They did, but that was a home
Yep.
win.
Yeah, right. Correct. Yep. Yeah, I was just I'm interested though. We pointed out Oral Roberts, and then we looked. I think earlier we kind of looked at Charleston and Oral Roberts. I thought when we looked at those resumes that Charleston was slightly better as far as quality wins. Right? Wrong?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't even see Charleston on the list. I thought they were in the at-large pool.
Well,
so
we're
I would have
banking-
Charleston above any of the 3 I just listed. So
Okay.
that would be
Yeah,
my
I
top
mean, we're
4.
just putting them in there because we don't know they could win the tournament. We're kind of hedging here.
Yep. And if you want to hedge some more, you could add St. Louis, you could add Dayton, you could add.
Well, yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah.
A10, I don't want to go down the road. There could be a ton of teams.
It could be.
Just
Fordham.
whoever wins the A10 is like the bottom 12 seed. It feels like.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, certainly VC. I mean, just off the top of my head, if Charleston would
Southern
win,
Miss.
it'd be Charleston, VCU, Oral Roberts. Gosh, I'm kind of going with Rocco. If I'd go with either Sam Houston or Utah Valley. Now there's Kent State in there
I think
too.
I think you got to consider Kent State.
Yeah.
You got to consider Drake.
Well,
Yeah.
or Toledo, either one of them.
Southern
Right.
Miss is going to be out. They're down by 17.
Yeah. So Southern Miss is done.
So that becomes Louisiana or Marshall.
Marshall was Marshall the 2 seed?
I think Louisiana got it.
No.
They're both pretty similar in strength.
But they'd certainly be down, Southern Miss was a 12, maybe that this would certainly be a 13-ish.
Yeah. Southern Miss had a 1-0 against Q1. They're the only one I think that had a Q1 win.
Yeah, they won at Liberty and they won at Vanderbilt.
And yeah, you're right. Louisiana is the 2 seed.
Yeah, because Marshall lost on the last day of the year and fell to a 3. Louisiana and Marshall both have good power numbers, but they have less of a resume for sure.
I think in terms of the Missouri Valley, obviously it depends on who wins it. I think if Drake wins, they're in contention for a 12 seed. I don't think Bradley's in contention for a 12 seed if they win Missouri.
Really?
I think they're more of a 13 seed. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I would say
mean, that could be they're pretty much on the borderline for me right now as the 1 seed. If it ends up being Southern Illinois, they have an Oklahoma State road win. That would help them from a resume standpoint. And Indiana State they would probably be more on a 13 for sure line, or 14 even, just because they had some skeptical non-conference games.
Yeah, like 354 on their non-conference schedule.
I feel like Bradley would be one
the
of those
trees?
teams that would be a 13 today, but move up to a 12 by Selection Sunday.
They could, and it depends on who those other 12s are. We're obviously assuming Oral Roberts, VCU, Liberty is another team that, should they win their conference tournament, I think they need to be considered on the 12 line.
Considered, yeah.
I mean, so here's like, if you're going to talk about Kent State, they missed on their up chances, but they lost at Houston by 5, at Gonzaga by 7, and at Charleston by 2. So, I mean, you don't get credit for win. It would be right along that 12, 13 line somewhere for me. Toledo, I don't know, didn't have quite as much in the presence in the non-conference. I have to go back here and check, but I mean, I think Utah Valley, if they ended up winning that, they'd be right in line for that, somewhere along that 12 or high 13 too.
Yep, I agree with that. They definitely would be in consideration for a 12.
Am I the only one who does it in reverse order? Like
Yes.
I do the Northeast is going to be 68. The MEAC champ is going to be 67. I work my way up. So then I'm looking at fewer resumes by the time I get to the 12s and 13s.
What I'm doing here on the other spreadsheet, I'm just putting like 12s and putting, a group of teams, bunch of teams in there, and then we'll just work our way, at least so we have kind of a grouping.
Right.
So we kind of have a starting point where to look. And hopefully some of this will get sorted out. I'm questioning like Liberty. I know they're, what are they, 40 in the net, but when you look at the Kerry's sheet up there,
They put it back.
that doesn't look very good when comparison to some other teams.
Yeah, I don't like Liberty's resume very much. Obviously the power numbers are phenomenal.
Now they do have the predictive metrics in their favor.
Yes.
That's,
Yeah,
that's one item that they do have. I don't think that's the only reason really that I'm genuinely considering them for the 12 line. I mean, they're significantly better than most other teams, but is that enough reason to keep them, to put them there? I don't know.
Yeah, it depends how lazy the committee are
Right.
about these decisions. It's like pretty easy to look at their net and be like, oh, let's just throw them in the 12.
Yeah. But they're
Well,
8 and 6 against the top 3.
If you look,
I mean, what do they think of Bradley? If they like Bradley, all of a sudden Liberty looks a lot better. If they don't like Bradley, Liberty looks a lot worse.
I mean, Bradley plays in a deeper conference and they won it. Liberty didn't even win their league. So, I mean, they lost the tiebreaker. They were co-champs, so be fair, but they lost head to head. So that was a pretty straightforward tiebreaker. I think just the substance that Bradley has, and they played head to head, so that's going to be looked at. And I don't think I have doubts that the committee will know that Rink Most was out that day. But I mean, if you watch the Bradley game yesterday, you look how much he dominated. He's the reason
He's
they
a
beat
player.
Iowa. He's incredible.
Yeah.
And so Bradley just didn't have the horsepower that day, but I look at that. That's their only like strong win really for Liberty, top 2 quads, and it was with an asterisk. So anyway, it's interesting. I would vote for Bradley personally, but guessing the committee, I might change that decision. So
Would you vote for Bradley over Utah Valley?
no, I like Utah Valley much more. They won at Oregon. They won at BYU by 15.
Yeah.
They've been mostly solid throughout. They picked up other road wins throughout the campaign, such as Grand Canyon, which falls in Q2, Seattle, Cal Baptist, Utah Tech, Abilene Christian, all road wins above quad 4. So that's one of the larger lists you'll see out of any of these lists that are road wins above quad 4.
I agree with that. I have Utah Valley ahead of Bradley.
Yeah.
And, obviously removing Southern Miss.
Yeah, just about to do that.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
Yeah.
I would also say, since Sam Houston got the #1 seed just now, Sam Houston's even stronger than Utah Valley with their win at Oklahoma and their win at Utah.
Yep. Yep. Agree.
Both of
And
those
you look
teams have
you look at
excellent
Sam
strength.
Houston's resume metrics and Sagarin, they're like pretty close to the cut line. 48. Yeah, it's a really impressive resume, actually.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I think
here's who
for me,
here's
the
who I
strength
have in the,
record really pops out there page.
here's who I have in the 12 category. Okay. Charleston, VCU, Bradley Drake, Oral Roberts, Liberty, Utah Valley, Sam Houston. And they're
Lot of 12s.
together. Well, I'm just putting like teams we can consider, you know.
I'm just messing with you.
I know you are. I'm
I
getting
know
testy
you can
'cause-
count.
I'm getting testy because we're talking about these teams and, you know, throwing darts. All right. Moving on down. I would think this is where maybe Iona falls in here.
Iona, Yale, Furman.
We're looking at 13s. I mean, I
Well-
think you have to include Hofstra there. If
Hofstra, Toledo.
Yeah, Hofstra and Toledo would be my top. Yep. And Louisiana.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is probably a valid something that could happen. So we just talked about Hofstra and Toledo. I mean,
Love them both.
we're doing this tomorrow, so never mind. I'm thinking ahead. Okay.
Hofstra's got a nice resume. Toledo's just absolutely on fire. 15 in a row, nation's longest win streak. 3 straight outright titles in the MAC, and they've never won the MAC tournament, which is insane. Or at least in recent years, they haven't. So yeah, I think those are the next two after what we listed, and then you throw Louisiana, Yale, Iona, Furman, UC Irvine in the next group.
Yeah, I think
I'll
that
put
UAB
13s.
win for Toledo really helps.
Well, that's if you add all those teams, you spill into a couple of 14 spots too.
Yeah, I mean absolutely. We're gonna bleed all the way down, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know if
right
you-
now, if all these teams made it, or I'm not talking about the dual teams from the same league, but I mean, we're already probably way through 14s.
But here's
I don't know
something
if you
we all-
guys follow. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we could probably all agree that FDU, Alcorn State, Howard, Tennessee Tech, Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, and probably Youngstown State or NCS, or that's your 16 list, right?
I think the first 5. I think the hardest decision is Youngstown or Asheville to be the last 15 and
Yeah.
first 16.
I've got
I think
Asheville 16.
I've got Asheville
They're both
16,
pretty
Youngstown
quality.
15.
Yeah, I mean, I've kept Youngstown above them, but I've seen a lot of others that go the other way. So I
Yeah,
think it's
Well,
and it might not even matter. It might not even matter.
Right,
So-
it probably won't. But here's what I would say.
well,
you
they're
know,
both
I-
getting closer. They're both getting closer.
Yeah, I mean they're both kind of. Yeah, I mean if,
Asheville's in the championship game, so-
metrically from a result standpoint, Asheville is better. Non-conference strength of schedule is definitely better. And they beat UCF, which
Yep.
is which
Opening night.
State doesn't have a win. They haven't even played a game in the top 2 quadrants
Right. Yeah.
with their strength of schedule. So for me, that bumped Asheville clearly ahead of them. They won a game in the first 2 quadrants,
Yeah.
and their strength and their non-conference schedule was just significantly better.
And they were great against Q3 too, relatively.
They've got 3 Q3 road wins: Longwood, Radford, G-Dub. Unless any of those dropped out, I haven't updated this since Monday. But the difference on the other side, and this is where it's like I guess the committee kind of thing for me, is Youngstown at last check. I didn't update this today. Was about 30-ish spots higher in net, about 40-ish higher in predictive average. And Asheville has 3 quad 4 losses to Youngstown's 2. So that's where I was like really struggling, because you can make a
But
case.
the difference for me is monitoring what the committee has done with these bottom 12 to 16 seeds over the years.
Yep.
The net is definitely a piece of it, but if you have
Right.
a quadrant 1 win, that's going to put you above. That's not going to.
Should.
It's hard for a team. It's happened before, but it's hard for a team to be a 16 seed that has a quad one win. That
Oh,
does
yeah.
not happen often. Maybe it's happened once, I think.
Right. No, I'm with you, Brad. I love the argument. And Drew Pember is unbelievable. He had 46, I think, in that UCF win, double overtime. But yeah, I think, yeah, it's just tough because some of these are hard to explain. Like I've looked at it till I was blue in the face with Longwood last year. I still can't figure out how they ended up with 14. That's where maybe some of the alphas, because you look at the other committee members that are from some of these leagues. Maybe some of that's in play. I don't know. Cause there's just a couple times like that where I was very clear on who belonged on which line and I still missed one. So it's healthy debate. I'm just glad that we're talking about it. Cause I obviously geek out about this part of the bracket a lot.
So we're talking about, here's who I have at the 16s. Howard, Elkhorn, Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, and FDU. Who other, I moved Asheville to a 15. We want Youngstown in the 15 group. Is there anybody else that I'm missing on the 16?
Tennessee
Well,
Tech.
Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, and Youngstown. You had to have 6 on the 16 line because of the Dayton.
Right.
factor.
No, I know. I'm just, again, putting them in general categories. We just
Okay.
had debate on Youngstown. We had, two guys eloquently debate both ways on UNC Asheville and Youngstown. So I threw them into 15. We can make that decision down the road. I have FDU, A&M, Elkhorn, and Howard. Who am I missing? Anybody that else?
Tennessee
Grambling.
Tech,
Tennessee Tech
Ohio
okay.
Valley rep. Are you
or,
going
C-
to
or SEMO.
just put OVC in there, OVC champ, and
Yeah.
either way, that's where they're going.
I think SEMO's barely 500. Aren't they 16 and 16?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, they'll be somewhere in Dayton as a 16.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it's going to be the Northeast
Either
champ,
team is
the
gonna be
Ohio
in
Valley
Dayton,
champ,
probably.
and the MEAC champ are all going to be in Dayton.
Yeah, I want
I don't know. MEAC's got some good squads. We'll see. And we might see upsets that are really out of left field. And like,
Yeah, true.
if like Colgate loses, for example, that team's
Yeah.
going because the 6 and the 7 are still alive in the
Mhm.
Patriot. So we'll see. But I think Howard and NC Central, Norfolk, pretty decent teams. Better than most MEAC years, that's for sure. Alcorn's won a lot of games too.
where are we putting ASUN?
Well, it depends because Liberty will be much closer to a
Right.
12.
No,
and
what about
Ken-
Kennesaw?
Kennesaw's like a 14 or a 15, depending on
Yeah.
how we talk about them and think about them. But if Kennesaw does get in, they'll have another Liberty win. So probably better chance at a 14. We'll see.
Just going out through the see who we missed. Oh, well, okay. So
Then you'll need Eastern Washington,
Washington.
Vermont
So they're about 15.
in that range, same range as Kennesaw, and same with Vermont.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vermont probably a little higher, I think.
They lost 7 games in the first month, so they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They've been
Much of this just depends on who ends up winning the conference tournaments. If it's the leaders, then we can go back. Then you can go through and you have a decent idea. You're arguing a seed line here for 1 or 2 of them.
right.
Right.
Unfortunately, it never
Then you
is.
just start scrambling over to Roy Nolan. Who's got the worst net rating? 300. Okay, you're in last place.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to get it ready for our bracket tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
There'll be more casualties today, believe me.
All right. So we've got them somewhat grouped here, so this should be easy to feather out, some of these we ought to just change because obviously tomorrow Sam Houston's going to be the team, right? They're the winner of their league, so to speak.
Yep, and their tournament doesn't start till
Right.
next week. So
So, and the same way with Kennesaw.
Well, that game's tomorrow
That's right. That
afternoon.
game's tomorrow. We got that game blued. Yep. So we're good there. Okay. So we will find that one out. All right. Everybody's good with that. Yeah, we got 3. You got Tennessee Tech, Bradley, Kennesaw. We got those 3. We'll know the answers. We'll have the first answers to the quiz tomorrow, and one tonight.
yeah, Texas
All right.
A&M won, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Brandon Miller fouled out with about a minute to go.
Shall we
Okay,
scrub the
so-
ones?
I think this is where it's a perfect segue to roll over to go down. Just let's fix some results.
Just a quick little note here, Tim. I'm probably going to need to get ready to bug out sometime between 3 and 3:30 today. I've got to
we'll
finish a
be-
few things before I head out of town. So
I'm
I got about a
thinking
half hour left.
we are way ahead of schedule here, guys. So I'm thinking we're in pretty good shape for that. Okay, let's start at the very top, huh? Or do we want to wait and see what happens with Kansas? That'd
I say
probably be a
wait.
better idea.
Yeah.
That'd be a better conversation in the morning. All right, we can't have a conversation on Baylor.
I think that's any slim chance they had at trying to get up to the 1 line, which I think we all agreed probably wasn't going to happen anyway, but that definitely puts an end to that.
Wow.
I mean, I think a home loss to Iowa State that hadn't been playing very well probably, for me, would put them back behind Texas
Yep.
and potentially behind Kansas State if Kansas State wins at West Virginia. And if Arizona beats UCLA tonight, could potentially put if they're going to be right along that 2 to 3. So I don't know if Arizona wins tonight against UCLA. I have a feeling Arizona is going to have a chance to end up on that 2 line. So one of those 3 Big 12 teams is going to end up between now and a week from now, probably as a top 3 seed. But that,
Yeah, and if Texas beats Kansas, if Texas, Arizona, and Kansas State all win, they all could be ahead of Baylor, like you said.
I mean, because
I think-
those 3,
And UCLA.
yeah, I mean, they're all close together, right? That whole line is very.
If UCLA gets swept by Arizona, I think it opens up that question of how many good wins did they really have this year?
Mhm. Yeah, feels like they've been skating by on net. Kind of feels like where Tennessee was at until about 2 weeks ago as well, where we refused to put them below a 2 seed since they're 3 in the net, something like that.
Well, they're the number 8 overall team in the reveal, and we've got them as the number 5. I
Right.
think go back to
Yeah.
that 8.
Well, and some of that is just, I mean, for lack of a better term, is they've just kept on winning and other teams around them have lost a couple times.
Right.
Right.
So some of that's not so much that they've done something to stand out. It's just sometimes everybody else falls and you're left standing, right?
Yeah.
If they
And
beat
then-
Arizona tonight and Purdue loses
They're
with their
number 1.
metrics, it's very likely that especially if they win again or get to the, then they could easily slide into that final 1 speed.
Right. Yeah, if you look at who's lost the least amount of times, UCLA is sitting pretty.
Very,
So is Houston.
but I think we need to have UCLA and Houston in the same region.
Oh, I would hate that. I think that's going to be the national championship game. I mean, I wouldn't hate it. It would just be, it'd be tough for both of those teams if that happened from a,
Well,
UCLA only cares about winning the title, and Houston's built for that too. So if they're in the same, yeah, it's tough. Definitely could happen.
Well, particularly if we lose one of those Big 12 teams off the 2 line,
Right.
because right now
Baylor's net's gonna.
UCLA ended up in the Midwest because that's the only place they could go to fit in the other 3
Right.
Big 12s. But if one of those Big 12s drops, then that opens up the West region potentially for UCLA or Arizona to be the 1 or the 2 out there.
Right.
Yeah,
Agreed.
Baylor's suddenly gone down to 11-9 in Q1s now.
Yeah, and they're also going to take a hit on the performance stuff because they lost by 15 at home to a team that was what was Iowa State in net in the 30s or something?
28.
28. Yeah, that's going to hurt Baylor from a 2 seed standpoint.
Yep.
That's going to
I
shake.
still think
shake
that
it up a little bit.
non-conference win over UCLA is going to help prop them up a little bit, though. When you get into that conversation between low 2, high 3, I think that's going to be a difference maker.
Well, plus you got to throw in Kansas Gonzaga, so they still in Texas they have 4 top 10 wins. I mean,
Yeah. And 2 of them were non-conference, which helps because
yeah,
yeah.
and
The Gonzaga game was
three,
so
and
the
2
Gonzaga
was on
game was so
2 of them are on
gross.
the road. So
Oh, sorry about that.
no, I was just saying 2 of them were neutral sites, so that helps too. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought the Baylor Gonzaga game was so gross. Both teams were just playing so bad. Somebody had to win, and Baylor won by 1. And of course, they're great programs, so they figured it out later in the year. But that actual game was not a good game for either team.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how big of a difference it made. Because if Gonzaga wins that, with their small sample size of results, we're probably talking about them a lot different.
Same with the Alabama UNC 4 overtime game. That was hideous as hell, but
Right.
pretty
But if Carolina
important.
wins that, yeah.
So if you look at them, like right now, we're thinking about flip-flopping just in the short term, obviously, them in Texas again. And those 2 have kind of gone back and forth. Oddly enough, they both beat Gonzaga.
Hmm.
I'm just looking at if, I think, if Texas loses today, I don't think we flip-flop them probably, right?
Mm.
Well, yeah, the hard part for me is, I mean, Texas losing at home, especially it's a close game to Kansas, is a whole lot different than Baylor losing at home by whatever the final was, 15 or whatever it was.
Sure, and that's one game.
Iowa State, who's been going this way. So I don't think in the grand picture it's going to help Iowa State a whole lot more potentially rebound than it's going to hurt Baylor. But there's only so many spots on that line, and if Arizona wins tonight, and Kansas State may lose. They're top. Well, I think they're down 2 at West Virginia almost to halftime now. So
It'll be interesting too to consider from the same point, Dave, but on the opposite end, looking at the 1 seeds. That Alabama-Kansas vote was very close, and there was a lot of discussion for who should be overall 1. Is losing at Texas compared to losing at Texas A&M, could that potentially be a difference maker?
I think for Kansas, it's just more about the total of losses now because they've obviously just got so much more data and at bats than everybody. So you're just trying to figure out how many times have they slipped up, how many times have they had amazing wins. I think from a road win strength standpoint, Alabama has the edge. I think they both won 5 games away from home against the field, at least coming into today. And Alabama's got the Houston win. And the best that Kansas has to offer is TCU or Kentucky. So I don't know if the conversation changes that much there. And then, so I just think that's the hardest part is it's just another loss is kind of how it looks, but Alabama lost as well. So,
I mean, they both currently have 5 losses, Alabama and Kansas.
yeah,
Also.
it's really that road Houston win.
Yeah, no, that's definitely significant.
It's this big separator on the top of the resume, at least.
Houston might jump to number 1 overall if they win at Memphis.
I mean, I think that's a conversation to have is, hypothetically, if Kansas were to beat Texas and they jump to overall 1, then you got to go Alabama and Houston again right next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, they have to technically jump both from what the preview told us. So that's tricky because you would have to figure out, are they ever able to pass Houston? Or are we just picking Houston because we think they're the best team and they're number 1 in all the power ratings? Is there any way to pass them if you're Kansas? So that's kind of like, that's the interesting conversation there. But yeah, you can make an argument, I think, at that point to pass Alabama.
yeah, the only thing I would note on the Alabama-Kansas thing, and this again, Kansas winning,
Right.
is at the very top, yes, they have the huge win at Houston. So, that is a trump card, but they're 3 and 4 against the very top. Plus they have a loss at 71 Oklahoma that wasn't close.
Right.
Kansas, what are they? They 6 and 4 against the very top. And their worst loss is at Iowa State 28, which will improve after today. So, you know, I mean, you're talking about two of the best teams. And again, I think the bigger conversation for the committee, the most critical one, is the Houston Kansas debate, or if one's ahead of the other, because they
Oh,
both
for
want the
Kansas,
Midwest
yeah.
region.
For KC,
They,
yeah,
Well, they both want the Midwest region.
you would imagine.
So,
I'm
you know,
still curious
Alabama's
to.
going to go,
Yeah.
whether they're one or two, they're going to go to Birmingham to Louisville regardless.
I mean, we don't know.
Well, if
Houston may have
Alabama-
put in somewhere else. They have that option.
Alabama could land in New York if they land third in the order, because then you would have KC and Louisville for the first two, Houston and Kansas, potentially, and that kind of probably requires Houston to be number one. Actually, no, I think either way they would have those.
So
both
what does
those
the
teams.
committee here think? I mean, because I don't know, I haven't gotten far enough to even think about it, but if Kansas City isn't available for Houston, let's just say Kansas is number one overall, right?
They go to Louisville.
But if you're Houston, would you rather go to Louisville or Vegas?
You don't get to choose.
Well, I guess that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, and the committee already had that in the preview, and they had them in Louisville.
Yep.
So that's been decided, I think, based on just
Well,
that
but
scenario.
they had Alabama in Louisville and they had Houston in the Midwest because they had Houston ahead of Kansas.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. They did. I'm sorry. I had that
So
backwards.
I'm assuming that Houston would go to Louisville because it's closer.
Yeah.
but-
The committee, I'm pretty sure the committee would put them there because at that point they don't decide. I think the most fascinating thing would be if Houston's number one overall and they choose themselves. Do they want to go to Big 12 country or somewhere else like Vegas?
For me, I have a hard time with Rocco. You mentioned all these quality road wins Alabama has. I just have a hard time seeing the committee passing up Alabama
Yeah.
when they know they've got that trump card road win at Houston.
And the second best road win at Arkansas is much better than, well, Kansas has TCU and Kentucky. So that's a pretty solid two at the top. They both won at Missouri. So those kind of cancel each other out. And then, Alabama's win at Mississippi State is about even with Kansas's win at West Virginia. Kansas has a win at Oklahoma State, which is now not in the field. But yes, and Kansas has an extra neutral win, and it's a stronger one against Duke. Plus, you throw in NC State and Wisconsin, who's a couple bubble teams. Yeah, it's pretty neck and neck, and obviously the stack pile is bigger for Kansas. So. Yeah, I mean it's a good debate. I can see the argument on both sides.
Well, speaking of our bubbles, Tennessee is up 7 on Auburn, almost at halftime.
Yikes.
I will
Auburn's
add
really-
on this whole one seed debate. One of the few things I thought we could take away from what Chris Reynolds said was there was like a huge gap between 4 and 5 overall, and that he didn't say they just shuffled up the 1 seeds and threw them up there, but he said there was a lot of debate. It was really close. We're talking like there was some sizable gap between Alabama at 1 and Kansas at 4, and I don't think there was. And I think the sheer volume of quality wins Kansas has picked up since then has probably pushed them over the top, in my opinion. I know Shelby's with me. He wanted Kansas 1 overall 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. No, I get the argument. I think I definitely had Kansas above Houston on the bracket preview day,
Mhm.
but Houston was the wild card because that's just all up to your interpretation or the committee's interpretation. So I think we all agree they're clearly past Purdue. Like that's not an argument anymore. So it's really just down to
Yeah, it's
I see
really
I see
top
the argument
two.
for both Alabama and Kansas. It's really tight.
Plus, with the Alabama loss and how Alabama has looked over the last couple of weeks with everything going on, they're winning for the most part, but they don't appear to be the same. Whereas Kansas
Is the same.
is the same.
Yep. That's it. Yeah. So Alabama could land in New York. We'll see.
Kansas State is down 2 to West Virginia at half. Auburn down 4 to Tennessee at half. See, UAB's going to overtime, looks like. Yes, they are. Virginia beating Louisville easy. Marquette up on St. John's. Kentucky's up at Arkansas by 4.
Oh my God, I didn't see the end of that Alabama game. They were down 2 and they got the rebound and the guy just threw like an outlet out to the wing and it was just picked.
Mhm.
Wow. They had a chance to tie.
So do we
Okay,
think
so
the Brandon Miller factor in any way comes up in that room in regard to the number 1 overall seed?
Doesn't affect that. It depends on his availability. And it looks like he'll be available, so
Yeah.
probably
I
not.
I think
I
it
don't-
comes up as after the incident, Alabama is not the same team.
Exactly.
me,
I think
that's what I
that has to be mentioned. That has to be mentioned in the committee room.
Oh, for sure. And it's in their face everywhere they look. If they're watching
Yeah.
games on TV, you can't avoid it.
That pregame
But it's
act-
if he's available, I'll say this: if he's available, there's really no shot for them to drop off the one line entirely. I think
Yes.
if
Right.
he's
Oh,
if
Yeah.
anything happens where he's announced not available, then we're really in a Kenya Martin situation where they would feel inclined to probably drop him to a 2, even if their resume and everything else says they shouldn't be.
I've heard I don't understand the unavailability. I have heard nothing from
Yeah.
the school, from the police, that he is a cooperative witness.
Yeah,
That's all he is.
yeah. I'm not suggesting otherwise,
So,
but if
I don't
new
think there's any way,
information
shape, or
comes out-
form he's not playing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is a total like deep contingency in case new information comes out, because obviously there's still an investigation ongoing. So, but all I'm saying is,
I heard it was a done deal, but anyway.
well, I'm agreeing with you guys. Alabama hasn't looked exactly as strong since the news came out, and that might be enough to push them below both Kansas and Houston. But you know, it would not be enough to drop them anywhere near below the whole entire 1 seed line.
Yeah. And I was not suggesting that at all. And I wasn't even saying that Brandon Miller might be out. I assume he's available, playing, and quite
Yes.
well. It was more of a an optics. Like,
Got it.
if
Got
we're debating Alabama and Kansas, are we seriously going to put this situation as our number 1 overall seed? I don't know if that will come up at all. Probably not, but
No,
No.
I just think it's how they're playing.
Yeah.
Since the
Yes.
incident took place. I think that's what should be focused on and what they will focus on.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's move down. Let's leave that to be, because we don't know what's going on with Texas, Kansas. So let's just we've got a good talking. That was a great discussion. We kind of know where we're going to go here. Let's go all the way down to Iowa State right now at 22, because that's something I think we can do right now.
Yep.
I know that everybody, please pick yourselves up off the floor when I say this. I think we definitely have to move Iowa State ahead of Creighton.
I think the real committee is just going to put them right back at number 11. I feel-
You know,
just kidding.
they were just showing the highlights. Something just popped in my mind. I really look at teams too, like, to me, that's gutsy. That's a gutsy to go down there. Everything's been going against you, and you go down to Baylor and win easy. That's more than a win to me.
Yeah, I definitely think they have to be adjusted up a seed line. Not sure any more than that, just again, based on number of losses they have and all that. But, you know, when it comes down to it, we need to compare Iowa State to San Diego State, St. Mary's, Miami, those 3 teams. And obviously, like you said, I think we can agree that they passed Creighton.
Pull them up, Kerry. Pull them up.
all
Oh,
right.
you know, another good comparison would be TCU at this point.
Yep. I had Iowa State at 18 before today. I would have them as a 4 seed now, but where are we at here?
But isn't it amazing how much different the thought of them finishing no worse than 18 and 13 is than them finishing 17 and 15?
Yeah.
You can justify it better.
Yeah. I mean,
Big 12's in Kansas City, right?
yeah, every year.
Yeah, Kansas
Well,
City.
I know, but they moved it around for a while. Okay,
I
so
think they've had it for quite a while now, straight.
okay, so that's Hilton South. I mean, the Iowa State fans go down there in droves, man.
Yeah, they've won it before.
Yeah, you would think it would be all Kansas, but it's not. Iowa State takes over a good chunk of that arena. So, that's just something to keep in mind. You know, it's going to be a very friendly environment for them as we move forward. But yeah, let's take a look at, maybe Iowa State, TCU, San Diego State, St. Mary's, Miami, that group.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. I've got them in a little placeholder now. I don't know if I should share it or not, but
And
I-
again,
yeah.
saying this, again, let's recency bias.
yeah, for sure.
Let's remember our thoughts
Gives
last
them a
night.
ninth. Well, we talked
Yeah,
about how
let's
they had
remember
eight,
my thoughts last night.
we
Yes.
talked about how they had 8 quad 1 wins yesterday.
Right.
Not
right.
not my favorite subject, but I know that that's what the committee will say. And you know, that gives them 9, and probably it's easily their best win of the year. I mean, no doubt
Mhm.
about that. In fact, one of my biggest issues with them yesterday was they have questionable road results. This is a big box checked for them, in my opinion. So like Warren Nolan's site is already up to speed. It's now a sweep of Baylor, which is pretty impressive. And now their 5th win in quad 1A.
That's the
Uh,
most important thing.
Yeah, I think so too. So yeah, then they could skyrocket past San Diego State, St. Mary's, probably Miami, and now they're getting compared with TCU and Virginia from what I can tell in this second.
And we got to remember where we had them in the reveal.
Yep.
Very good.
11th.
And that athletic director is still going to be in the room.
Oh,
Not when they're talking about him, but he's still going to be in the room the rest of the weekend. So,
he's gonna be buying them lunch.
yep.
So anyway, all that concern about them yesterday, a lot of it got made up for.
Yeah, I don't think they like jump all the way back on one game up to where they
No.
were before. It doesn't undo.
Oh, of course
the
not. Of
process.
course not. That was a joke.
But it's certainly stable. It's certainly stabilized. And the biggest reason we had them down where we did was because they lost 5 of 6 or something like that.
Yep.
And just hadn't looked very good, including 3 of them at home, which is really weird because they hardly ever lose at home.
Right.
Here's something that Brad kind of brought up yesterday and I kind of pounced on. We were talking about Kansas, that they had 8 top 20 wins. Iowa State has 7.
Yeah. So Iowa State, if you want to look at one of the metrics that's already up to date, this morning they were 28 in KenPom. They're already up to 21. That's a 7-spot jump. So if you consider probably the other performance metrics, they'll get a pretty big spike. Most of those reward you, the net especially, rewards you for doing damage on the road.
Yep.
So I would expect that too.
They'll be back up closer to the territory they were before.
Yeah.
Not all the way, but
Right.
So how
God.
far do we start scrubbing them? They definitely
Well, I would
passed
say we
Creighton.
compare with TCU now.
So they're up to
That's what I think. That's what I think.
18,
Around
18 at this
TCU,
point.
around TCU, St. Mary's, Virginia, that area.
Yeah, I don't know that we go all the way to the 4. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I do. We don't have to, but I do.
well, I think one of the things that we were going to have to, probably next
We can
week.
vote on this too, by the way.
Yeah, next weekend, depending on how things go, is where, depending on how Virginia finishes out.
They're up by 16 at halftime.
Well, yeah, but they're playing Louisville, so
Right. Well, just for this weekend's
I
purpose.
think
Yeah, we only
like
got this
to-
weekend, so
I mean, but when we readjust next weekend, that TCU, Virginia, Iowa State, that grouping in there, or if St. Mary's were to beat Gonzaga again or something, then you've got to put it this way: Virginia could do well and still potentially get past.
Correct.
Right. I mean, that's the biggest risk Virginia has, is they don't really have many up games left. They have some decent games that'll help if they beat Duke and Carolina or, whomever again. But they don't have that up chance like you're going to get with some of the others. So.
yeah, I mean, again, TCU, we've talked about it a million times. they really fed on that quad 4 and non-conference, and that, to me, that's gotta hurt them.
It inflates their 20-10.
Yeah, it's
If they
gotta
play
hurt them
the
a
same
little.
schedule as Iowa State, they might have the same record.
Yep.
I mean,
Frankly, it might be
if you
worse.
played 3 more games that were higher quality, you might have lost a couple of them.
I will add, even though I'm probably the biggest Iowa State proponent in here, TCU, in spite of all the injuries we've discussed, Miles, Ball, Lampkin, 12-9 against quads 1 and 2. Iowa State, even after today, is 11-12. So I think it is hard to put them above the Horned Frogs.
They did sweep, TCU swept too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, Iowa State swept TCU.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant.
But to me, it's just the biggest difference for me is that, the TCU just opted to not play anybody, which is unfortunate. I mean, it doesn't take away from how good they are, but
They played Iowa.
Yeah.
Got lucky in that one.
I think Oscar Sheboy is about to get ejected.
But
For TCU, I think it's also the Mike Miles situation has to get taken into account a great deal.
yeah,
True.
Yeah.
So it's twofold.
And if you're TCU, you gotta do a better job politicking with the Fort Myers Classic and not letting them put you against Cal, because that did nothing for them in the first game of their MTE. And then luckily they did get Iowa in the championship, because they could have played Clemson in the first round or Iowa. Like, if I'm in that situation as a coach, make sure you play the hard game first, because you're never guaranteed the second game being hard.
Yep.
yeah.
Gotta give you
Maui this year was a perfect example because it was I mean, I know they select these things way in advance. Nobody knew Louisville was going to be as bad as they were, but you know, when they showed up out there, it just, if they were in the second game that day, and once Texas Tech, I think it was,
Yeah, played them. Yep.
once they lost that game, it was at Arkansas, their first game or something. And then,
Yeah, then they played
then
Tech,
you
I
get,
think.
then you get nothing. You get nothing in the second game.
Right. It's like playing Chaminade this year.
well, yeah, it's like
Unless you lose.
That's a
Except
great
the worst
point.
part is the game actually counts.
Exactly.
You know, there's a perfect example with Creighton. What if they'd have been on the other side of the bracket? They'd have played Louisville and Ohio State. That'd have done nothing for them.
Right.
I mean, it just
You ne-
it is
you
what
never
it
know.
is.
You never
Yeah.
know.
I just go ahead. I just thought I'd mention this real quick. So, because we mentioned this earlier because Graham was asking about it. So, if you compare Iowa State and TCU, 25, 50, and 75, TCU 7, 8, and 10. Iowa State 7, 8, and 10. TCU's 5, 7, and 11. So, almost the same number of top 50 wins. They got one more 75. Iowa State's got 2 more 25. So, fairly even.
I was just, one thing I was thinking about is, does anyone in the country have a better top 6 wins than Iowa State? And I don't think so. I think if you look at Kansas, at Baylor, Kansas State, at TCU, home against Texas, I don't think you're going to find a better collection of wins
What about
at
TCU?
the very top than that.
What about TCU? At Kansas, at Baylor, Kansas State, Texas, Iowa on a neutral court, Providence.
So
Yeah,
so
I
it
don't even
sounds-
I don't even look at home wins, so I'm the wrong person to ask. But I can but I can tell you Kansas has, 8 against the field, basically, unless you don't count Oak State, and 3 on neutral. But Alabama's collection of 5 road wins against the field and 2 neutral with Carolina and the Spartans. I mean, yeah, that impresses me more than the home wins, Graham, personally. But kudos to them for protecting an amazing home court.
It sure sounds like we need to just take TCU and Iowa State and move them above Virginia rather than debating TCU and Iowa State.
But then we still have to choose which one, even if we do
I
that.
know, I
There's
know.
only 2 teams for one spot.
I think we'd all like to do that. We just need a little bit more of a reason to do that.
Right. I
Yeah.
think the committee,
That's good.
And I
That's
don't
good
think the
call.
committee's gonna drop Virginia
Right.
that far. Just my
But-
opinion.
But we have Iowa State dropping that far. That was my thing last night. Now they're a
No,
little bit
we were
closer
moving them
together.
back up now.
Yeah.
But
but I was saying
a little different situation because really, I mean, Virginia, sure, they've lost a couple, but it's not like they're, tanking like Iowa State was. I mean, and plus
How
it's
is
still
a loss to Boston College not tanking?
because Boston College has played a lot of team stuff at home. Not only that, they weren't sitting there at 17-12.
Yeah, to Kerry's point, though, I would argue that Iowa State was actually more impressive than Virginia over the stretch. They just played a much more difficult schedule. I'm not saying either of them were good, but this is just a result of a vastly different
Yeah,
schedule.
I'm not going to win this argument, but I just value winning.
Tim, I'm with you on that.
And I
That's the
just
whole-
know they're not gonna. I've been down this road too many times, guys.
Yeah.
It's ACC. I'm telling you.
Well,
I
we
mean,
can put Duke.
They're not going to
Let's
take
get
them from
Duke up
11
there.
to 17 in 3 weeks, and just don't compared to what they do now. Look, we got next weekend, and yeah, I get that. But let's go back. So we dropped Creighton a notch. Okay. So we dropping San Diego State a notch then as well? Is that the team we're going to drop back to 6? I think they probably feel to me more like a 6, maybe.
Yeah.
I would have a different team personally.
Who would you
I-
have? And it
I would
wouldn't be
have-
St. Mary's.
I think that as a committee, that's who we would have. So I'll go with that. But for me personally, I have Miami just a smidge lower than San Diego State.
I do too.
Open to voting if we want to vote.
It's really close, though. I really don't mind either one.
I mean, if you look at the strength of schedule and the records, that itself presents a strong argument for potentially putting Miami down and San Diego State remaining up there at the 5 line.
But the committee did mention Miami and they did not mention San Diego State.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And that's it. That's really important to keep in mind. Absolutely.
And hence San Diego State, or excuse me, Miami, I don't think is,
Miami's got a good game today. So
Right.
they've got
Right.
probably a little bit more to gain than San Diego State.
so we could, if we want to vote on this, we can, and we can always review it in the morning, depending on Miami's result and San Diego State's result.
I mean, just speaking of results, Miami took a home loss to Florida State since the
Right.
reveal. So there's a big result that wasn't considered.
And with the who was mentioned and who wasn't, very well may have been Miami was the bottom 5 and San Diego State would have been the
Yeah.
top 6. And,
We don't know. They just did
I-
alphabetical. Yeah.
yeah.
If we want to venture into assuming what they were.
I don't.
Well,
It
How
sounds
many
to me,
votes?
if I had to guess, I think Creighton was the closest because I found multiple interviews with the chairman
Yeah.
on different platforms, and he mentioned Creighton every single time.
Well, not
Mhm.
only that, if you notice, CBS had Creighton video, just boom, snap the finger.
Exactly.
Ready to
They
pop
were.
up.
Yeah, they were. ready.
And they did it twice. It kind of made me think they were pretty close.
Unless they're messing with us, which is always
Yeah,
possible.
well, that could be
Uh,
too.
Hey, Tim, I am just going to pop in here. If we want to take a vote right now,
Let's
we
do
can
it.
Do it. Otherwise,
it.
I would say I'm going to have to, after this vote, I'm going to have to
Yep, that's fine.
bug out.
We're
So-
getting close to getting wrapped up here anyway. So all right, let's take a vote. Just voice vote. We can just voice it. How many do we have for okay, Carrie, who do you want down into the 6?
It was the San Diego State or Miami. I would have Miami below
Miami.
San Diego State.
Dave?
I would probably lean towards dropping San Diego State one spot.
All right. Graham?
I would drop San Diego State.
Rocco?
Miami.
Brad?
San Diego State.
That's 4 in San Diego State, so that's a winner.
All right.
Shelby,
So
you don't
will
matter.
move San Diego State 21, Miami 20, St. Mary's 19. And
Mhm.
are we going to leave Iowa State at 18 or bump them ahead of TCU at 17?
Hmm.
I say leave them. See what happens.
Leave them
with
for now. Yeah.
TCU.
I agree.
That was like one of the only votes where I really didn't feel anything at all. Like I'm totally cool with either Miami or San Diego State.
Did we
dropping.
move Iowa State to 18?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then St. Mary's is 19.
Yep.
Yeah. Duke is 20.
All right, Dave, you can go. The only one we're going to talk about right now is my favorite team, Providence.
Hey,
Oh
they're
boy, let's do it.
That's an
All right.
important conversation, to be fair.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, great seeing everybody again. And I will try to pop on and see everybody for the reveal show tomorrow.
Yep, and
Oh,
I will
sounds good,
text
Dave.
you with Dave. Text me if you have any scrub issues or anything, and we'll
Yeah,
address it.
and feel free to text me or whatever
Okay.
within that group. I'll be accessed. I just got to do a few things before I got to head out.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Take care, guys.
Dave,
Yep.
Take care, Dave.
Yep.
Dave Ullman, everybody. All right.
So just a quick update on Providence. One of the metrics, obviously, Ken Palm's the fastest. They've dropped from 31 to 44. That's a 13-point drop.
Hmm.
So
Dropping like
yeah,
a rock.
we've got some sleeves to roll up, fellas.
Woof.
Below Pittsburgh.
So we had
At
him
least.
on that 9 line, right?
Yeah, we had him at
Yeah,
33.
they're
I have the
they're
spreadsheet up.
clearly not a 9 anymore.
I didn't vote, but I would have told you I would have been voting poorly on Providence before this result. I have been very outspoken on my dislike of the Providence resume all year. This just
Nice job,
adds
Graham.
to what I already didn't like.
It
I think
really
I had
caught
them
me.
at,
It,
like,
it caught
8
me off
every
guard
time.
like last week.
They
Yeah.
don't like you either.
You can tell you live nowhere near Providence.
I like the team. I love Ed Cooley. It's just
Those
the
fans
resume.
are brutal. They
Oh,
are
yeah.
brutal.
Oh yeah.
God.
That's just how
I
the
mean,
town is in general. Just go
Wow.
there on a random Thursday night.
What's funny is they send out pictures making fun of Omaha, every time they play Creighton. And I'm like, look, dudes, I've driven through Providence. There are some really sketchy places in there. So I would not be like going there.
My wife used to live in Providence, so she's got some pretty interesting stories.
Now, where Ed Cooley lives, yeah, pretty nice. All
Well,
right.
of course. Right.
Okay, so Providence. Wait, just refresh this. Hold on. Wow, they went to 44, huh?
Yeah, 13-point drop in the Ken Palm. And if you pull up the Warren Nolan, that's probably up to speed now. And
Another bad
lo-
loss, too.
it's another bad loss. What is that? A 2B?
That's a quadrant 3.
It's a quad 3.
For now.
So
Now, yeah.
Yeah, for
close.
now, right?
Well, they're
Right.
10 spots in there. Like it cuts off at 76. So
Yeah,
oh, right. Yeah, because you're right. Seton Hall's update hasn't
could
happened.
jump, but they've
It
got
could
they
go
got to
up 10
pass a bunch
spots.
of people too. So
24-point road win.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
It could come close. They could come close to breaking it. If
This,
not,
Yeah.
this is why I do 2B or worse because
Right.
because
At
it's
any
a
rate-
bad
at any rate, it
loss.
wasn't good. Anyway,
Yeah, it's a bad loss.
now you
So
look
now-
at it's amazing. You just look at that resume now. Now look at quad 2. Their best win in quad 2 is a 76 against Villanova,
Right.
and they've only won. They're 6-8. They're 5-2 quad 3. They're what are they? They're 11
And 10.
and 10. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's skeptical for sure.
So
Auburn,
far-
I think Auburn's about the same, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
NC
Auburn, by the
State-
way, is tied up with Tennessee here.
18 minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
and NC State is 12-8. So if we're just looking at that, obviously it goes deeper. But the similarities are NC State's 3 wins against the field, all at home. It's Miami, Duke, UNC, Providence, similar situation, all at home, UConn, Marquette, Creighton. I would still say Providence's wins are stronger at home. But besides that, NC State's got a better record when you just dismiss Q4. And I would say that they both have 2 bad losses. So I guess that's pretty even. If you count home Clemson as a bad loss for NC State.
Here's something really funny. You know how I do the 25, 50, 75? Providence is 3-3-3.
Oh, wow.
Well, it'll go up if Villanova climbs 1 spot, but yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Providence
I don't know if we
also-
mentioned St. Louis. St. Louis is 101 in the net, and they lost to him on a neutral court.
Right. Yeah, so here's another thing for Providence. If you get really close to the bubble top, we talked about NC State being 244 yesterday, non-conference strength. Providence is 283.
Yep.
Even dicier. So it's almost every angle you look at them, you're having a hard time here.
They played 6 teams with a net of 290 or worse.
Right. Those are like nothing burgers in the end
Yep.
for the most part. The at Rhode Island road game is still quad 4. That hurts.
Wow.
So because obviously that's intense rivalry every year.
All right, I have some breaking news. Joe Lenardi and his father-in-law won their flight and never remember. Sends me a picture of the board. All right. Okay, so obviously we're looking at Providence. So, FAU Boise, I think I don't even think we need much of a vote there.
No. Not for me.
What about the next group, Memphis, USC?
I think they're lower.
I think they're low in there too.
I think we dropped them right down to Pitt, and then we started actually having a head-to-head conversation.
I mean, I guess they could be compared with USC, but I don't know. USC's got
Yeah,
to.
they might actually, their resumes might actually be pretty similar actually when you pull them up here. And of course, we don't have the updated where their resume would be a lot closer on the board to USC's.
Even for me, the road wins for me personally, I don't think it's much of a comparison because of what Pitt did on the road.
Oh, I was looking at USC.
Yeah, I agree. Pitt's pretty clear for me, and I had USC above Pitt's. That shows they're probably not going to touch USC either. I know USC, as you get into the top 3 record thing, pretty strong. They've got like 16 wins there.
Yeah.
Providence obviously 11-10. So that's one area you could look at and be like, wow, not close.
2 bad losses for USC though.
Providence has to hope the actual committee cares about home wins because for somebody like with my kind of thinking, it's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah. Now Providence home wins are 3 high Q1 road home wins.
Yeah, best 3 you can get in the league.
Right. But I even look and I'm looking at Providence and Mississippi State and comparing those 2 resumes, and
Yeah,
they seem very similar to me, but
That's good.
Mississippi State won on a neutral site against Marquette, which is better than any win than
and they won at Arkansas too, didn't they?
and they right. They won at Arkansas, they beat TCU, A&M. I think those top 2 wins are better than the 3 wins that they have, even though they're at home and they're high Q1, but winning away from home against legitimate teams, kind of like I kind of would lean Mississippi State over Providence.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, Brad. I put them right below Mississippi State temporarily, and then I'm looking at a few others. But that's a good comp. And obviously for me, like off the bat, I'm going to lean towards the stronger road resume, but there's going to be more to it as we go through the details. But yeah, I think that's a good place to start here with Mississippi State Providence comparison. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Auburn's up 2 on Tennessee. UAB 2 on Charlotte in double overtime.
It's crazy.
Up 6 on Kansas State. Virginia 16 still. Marquette up 4 on St. John's.
Oof.
Kentucky up 4 at Arkansas.
And we've got
Oklahoma
a big game.
20-7 on TCU.
Who's that?
Oklahoma is up 20-7 on TCU.
Unreal. Big game in the Atlantic 10. Fordham's got an 11-point lead over Duquesne. The winner gets a double bye, which is crazy for either of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, Fordham has been awful, the last, I don't know how many years. Now
30.
Yeah, right.
They get to play the tournament in the Barclay Center, I believe, right? So right in their backyard,
Huge.
almost.
Well, according to the guy on TV last night, it's the best tournament in the nation. The
It's a
A10.
good one. It's a good one. I would never say that, but it's probably top 10. There's a bid stealer in there all the time. This year, there's just no bids to steal.
So just comparing Mississippi State and Providence, Mississippi State does have now with Texas A&M winning today over Alabama, they're definitely going to be top 25 net. So they do have 4
True.
wins in net top 25, 2 of which are either road or neutral. So the Marquette neutral win even trumps anything Providence has at home. For me, I just think you look at the top end wins, Mississippi State is clearly there in comparison to Providence. So
Yes.
I would put Mississippi State over Providence too.
I've just as an FYI here, I'm texting the current guy who has covered the Big East longest of any person living right now, Kevin McNamara. He used to be Providence's beat writer. He's running his
Yeah.
own site now. So I'm
He's good.
texting him to kind of, say, hey, what the hell was that, Kevin? He's already way ahead of me and us. He's like, okay, so where are you moving them down to now? And he goes, what happens if they lose to UConn? And I'm like,
Yeah. Somebody already asked me on Twitter about that too.
they're not locked in UConn yet. Creighton's got to win. Otherwise, they'll still be 3. So it's not a done deal
For
yet.
the seed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got another question into him to see if I can, because he what he does do is he interviews. He usually does a one-on-one with Ed after the game, so it'll be interesting if he gets any info.
And of course, there's the rumors of Cooley potentially parachuting after this year. So I don't know how valid those are.
I don't know why that keeps coming up. He's not going anywhere.
I thought that before the year. I mean, he loves it there, and he's
He's a Providence
perfect
guy.
for them. He's perfect for them.
He's a Providence guy. He is. He grew up in Providence. He's not. People are saying, "Oh, he'll go to Georgia." He's not going to Georgetown. Are you kidding me?
No,
The
I don't
reason
know.
it
I don't
keeps
think it
coming
would.
up.
I don't think it would be a Big East team, Tim.
Yeah, I don't. He's not going anywhere.
It keeps
course-
coming up because as soon as the Texas
I never say
job
never in these
opened
situations.
up, as soon as the
Yeah.
Texas job opened up, we were all like, well, what are the top 30, 40, whatever, 50 coaches and who might actually leave? And that's the only one that it feels like it would be an upgrade going from Providence to Texas.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's got everything going on. They just built a new practice facility. He's set.
Oh,
for
I could totally see him being, the Mark Few of the Northeast.
Yeah, but I mean, it's if you're from there, I can understand why you'd want
Right.
to stay there.
Yeah,
I mean, the
of
one
course.
guy that I wasn't shocked at leaving was Willard. I always thought he was going to go somewhere else if he had the chance, and he did.
Well, that's obvious. That was obvious. He had people
Yeah.
putting stuff out about him every time they won a game.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
yeah, in these
um,
situations, you just don't know what's going on behind the scenes. His relationship with the AD and stuff like that. I'm not saying this is what's going on. I'm just saying the people that are saying it, I typically tend to trust. So we'll see what happens.
I would be stunned.
Oh, we will.
Mm.
There's always 2 or 3 every year where we're stunned when a coach.
This would be one of the bigger of all time. Seriously.
And
Yeah.
Rick Pitino's
Back to
going to
Providence.
St. John's, right?
And Mick
What's that?
Cronin to UCLA shocked a lot of people.
Yeah.
For real.
God, and he was just the guy they needed.
So Providence I have
see.
them down to 39 now from our discussion. So we're kind of looking at Providence versus Rutgers at this point.
This is where I
Those
personally
are like
think it's
so.
very interesting.
That's where I would stop probably.
Well, the Rutgers thing is such a unique thing, and then I like the Providence NC State comparison too. Like that, those are
Right.
kind of very similar now.
Well, if
I
West
think-
Virginians, I think they might move above Providence.
Right. I think West Virginia should go above them, assuming a win.
Yeah,
I think we have Nevada too low. Like I feel like Providence, Rutgers, Auburn, NC State are just all the same
Right.
situation.
I think we should wait, like put them somewhere in that range, and we got Auburn still playing, and we got some results out there, and that may all change again. You know what I mean?
yep.
We'll have the
We're-
West
we're
Virginia
all in-
outcome in a little bit here.
I just want to make sure we're following procedure. So we're all
Yep.
in We're all voting yes, 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 yes as we move down. We're Mississippi State Rutgers territory right now, right?
Right.
Yep.
So do we want to just put them in 39 for right now and just wait and see what happens here?
That's
Yes.
what I've got. Yep.
Yeah,
We can
that's fair.
review it in the morning.
Yep.
That's a fair spot.
Is that fair, Brad?
Yep. I agree with that.
If their beat writer says 10 and we're going to put them at 10, I think that's everybody's happy.
UAB just won in overtime, double overtime, by 2.
Crazy game. I think Charlotte will still get the bye though. They own all the tiebreakers, so I'm pretty sure they got the 5th bye.
Oh,
Okay, so that's about all we can do right now, huh?
yeah.
Yeah, does it
Yep.
anybody have any strong feeling against where anybody is at right now? I think it looks relatively
Well,
fine.
On the one line, but I digress.
I would like a Kansas State, Arizona discussion, but let's, we have to
Save
wait
it.
till the results. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think
mean-
it's pretty good for now. I mean, I'm not in alignment on Wisconsin, but that's a different conversation. So
you would have them higher.
no, I have them fifth out right now.
Woo!
I mean, I just
That's a big difference.
yeah, I would rather have Charleston or even
Now, who'd you rather have though? Who's the committee gonna have?
exactly that's what it's about. I just think Wisconsin's had their chances so many times and it's just
I
not
know, I-
balanced yet. But I might be convinced by next week if they can beat Minnesota twice.
So
Yeah.
let's recap for everybody. So that's
So-
where we are. The 2 changes we made, we moved Providence down to number 39, so that puts them at the bottom of the 10 seeds. We moved Iowa State back up into the 5 range. We're going to kind of wait and see what happens with some of the games. Probably the fact that, Virginia's doesn't have anything more on the resume before we release our bracket tomorrow. It's probably not going to change a whole lot, but we'll wait and see. So we're way ahead of schedule here. We've got a rough draft of teams, 12 through 16 that we can jump on tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, it's 11 a.m. Eastern. So we will immediately go into number one thing we'll do is go through the results of today. Just get it all fettered out. Number 2, we will firm up the 12 through 16s. Number 3, do a complete scrub. And then number 4, do the bracketing. But we're in really good shape. Really good shape. I can't thank you guys enough. Did an awesome job. Awesome discussion. My God, I could probably get 9 holes in. So beautiful.
Oh, you
I've
should.
got-
And
At 11 Eastern, I've got a radio spot, so I'll be a little late.
no worries. No worries at all. Everybody
job.
else good for tomorrow though, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. Graham, you're in for Dave tomorrow. And then yeah, we can keep texting throughout the day and so forth. And
Sure.
anybody else got anything?
There is a high probability of a brawl in this Kentucky Arkansas game. Y'all might want to watch that for the next 18 minutes of game
Well,
time.
it is Arkansas, so yeah.
Oscar
yeah.
Sheboy should have been ejected like 3 times already.
Yeah, did you see that elbow to the face in the first half?
He got a technical for an elbow to the face and then got a flagrant 1 for another elbow to another face and didn't get ejected for that. Now that it's a
Yeah,
mess.
Auburn
Well,
up 4 over Tennessee.
half Arkansas fell or whatever, landed on his leg, and the guy pushed down instead of trying to get up. He kind of turned his body, twist his ankle.
There's
There
going to
you
be
go.
a fight.
Yeah, they're going after him.
And then
Kentucky terrible or awesome.
and then Carrie help me out and Shelby help me out here. So next week, do we say Sunday?
Yes. Morning.
Sunday morning, like about 11 again, 11 Eastern.
Yes.
Okay, so let's
I'll-
plan on that.
I'll
And
be
generally,
late for that.
again, you go ahead.
I'll be late to that because of church.
That's all right. All we're gonna do is just look at what changes have happened, And again, we're not gonna move a team from a 5 to a 7. Just if they totally flip-flop seed lines altogether. And usually, like Carrie said, we didn't make a whole lot of changes last year, and our bracket turned out pretty darn well. So, from a matrix standpoint, so. But I think it's probably, as always, it's probably important to get those 12s through 16s in there and get them correct.
Yeah.
So. Auburn up 6 now. All right, so we might have a change there. All right, everybody, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
All right.
Oh,
See you guys.
Thank you.
All
Now
right,
I
see you
go do
tomorrow.
my-
Soon, guys.
Go do my actual work now.
All right.
See you guys.